Zach's in the building. Welcome in, Zach. Let's see. We're live. We're live. Let me double check a few things. Let's see. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. All right, we're ready to go. Y'all, welcome in. Let's go. Raphael's in the building. Welcome in. Funk, appreciate you being here. Karina's in the building. Well, welcome in. Appreciate y'all being here. Welcome into the live, y'all. If y'all are coming in over on TikTok, let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make, and we'll get into some of y'all's music here in just a little bit as well. Marga's in the building. Welcome in. Tom Prism, I appreciate you joining. Welcome into the stream. Appreciate y'all being here. Live, good to see you. Toxic J. Is it By Bay Hill? Welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining the stream, y'all. Once again, let me know if you make music, the kind of music that you make. If you're joining for the first time, I would love to know where you're joining from. And then, of course, over the course of the live stream, I'll explain kind of the structure of what we do, the different lines and the places that you can go. Rio, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Or Rilla, let me know. I want to make sure I get it correct. But thanks for tapping in. Crown, appreciate you joining. What's up, Life Explosion? Good, man. It's been okay. It's been okay, busy as ever, but it's been good, man. Dogs of War, welcome in. Sarah, appreciate you tapping in as well. Welcome into the stream, y'all. How we feeling? Welcome in. Know the feeling about 100%. Yeah, it's kind of nonstop. We're working on trying to, simplify certain aspects of our life, but it's the work never ends. And I'm not complaining in any way, but it's good. It's a good thing to have. Let me see. Mike is in the building. What's up, Mike? Welcome in. If y'all are on TikTok as well, do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are tapping and liking the stream. Make sure that you send your heart me for the day, repost, share the live, all the good stuff. It does really help out the stream quite a bit. I will dive into some of y'all's music and get into the structure of that here in just a bit as well. Submissions are open if you want to go to the link. If you go there, you'll see everything that you need. Mike, appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in as well. Quamarsik, welcome in. I'm sure I'm butchering that name, but thank you so much for joining. Let me see. Steve is in the building. What's up, Steve? Welcome in. Everything is at the link in my bio. I'll explain the whole live stream structure. There are 2 lanes there, so I will let you know kind of what those mean here in just a couple minutes once I get all 3 of our platforms up and running and get everything flowing the way they're supposed to be flowing. Hogan, welcome in as well. I appreciate you joining the stream. Glad to hear everyone. Dude, not at all. Yeah, take your time, man. We've been busy. We've been keeping busy. So whenever you feel like you're ready, man, whenever you have the capacity, I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. I still do the same things that I do. Raining in DC. Welcome in. THG. Con, everything is at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in the bio, depending on what lane you want to go into. We have the deep dive side. We have the free line. Thank you for the follow, Con. I appreciate it. Bad Hurt Beats, you got beats in the building. Let's go. Everything's at the link in my bio. So if you wanna send music, everything's there. I'll explain both sides of the stream here in just a second because there is the free line up to 2-minute play and a note, and then there's the deep dive consultation side, which we'll dive into in just a minute as well. Jenna's in the building. Nicole's in the building. Thank y'all so much for joining. I appreciate y'all being here. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. I don't prefer a rating, but people do send that in. When you're on the consultation side, it's a super, super long form deep dive into your music. So I prefer being able to do that when people have a bit more control over the nuances of their music. So that's my perspective on it. I won't say no. You can. That's up to you. It's up to you what would be valuable for you. But it's not necessarily my preference. Just because we spend on the consultation side, which is a big part of what we do here, we spend like 30 minutes breaking down the music, diving into, mix and master, production structure, sound design choices, stuff like that. So if it's generated, it just makes it a bit more, it leaves out a lot of the nuance and the amount of control that you have to improve on some of the quality elements that we're talking about in the stream. Maybe review Fatico by Leckerface and think I might like it. Everything's at the link on my bio. I'll double check it in a second. I'll get into the submissions. I'm already getting some rolling in here. I appreciate y'all tapping in so much. Let me double check a few things. Bad Her Beats, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Con, I got you. I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. Toxic, I see you as well. Or it might be under a different name. But let me get a couple things refreshed over here, and then we'll dive into it. And give me just about 60 to 90 seconds to update. Make sure every platform is updated. Trippy Way, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And once I do get all of that updated, I will kind of let y'all know the format of the two different sides of the stream before we get into it. So let me just pull this up over here. I'm going to refresh just a couple things. To be everything else is written around, edited, FL Studio Master with AI. There you go. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's up to you. It's up to you what you would find valuable. My goal is to be as valuable as possible, to offer as much value, offer as much insight, as much nuance into what you're doing as possible. So that's completely up to you what y'all think would be valuable as far as breaking down the structure of your music. Masked Bandits in the building. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. How y'all feeling today? Welcome into the stream, y'all. We're going to get rolling here in just a minute or two. Let me get a couple things updated here. Okay, yeah, that's updating right now. Let's go. Everything's linked in bio. I'll explain everything in a second. But yeah, everything's at the link in the bio. Libby, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. It's a great reminder as well. For y'all, if you do want to help out the stream a little bit, make sure that y'all are liking the live, repost, share out the live, send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. Rachel, thank you for your submission. I appreciate that so much. Smash Mouth, thank you for the follow as well. Saul's in the building. What's up, Saul? Welcome in. Good to see some of the family coming in here. Yeah, everything's at the link in my bio. Give me 2 seconds here. And let me go ahead and get a couple things organized here. Yep, we got some submissions rolling in. Let's go. Let me get this updated. Dakota's in the building. Welcome in, Dakota. Let me see. 1 second while I switch this over here. 1 moment. Want to make sure I'm not looking at too many different things over here where I'm getting confused. Beverly's in a building. Welcome in, Beverly. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I appreciate y'all tapping in today. Once again, make sure y'all are liking the live, share out the live, so on and so on. Let me see what's going on TikTok. I'm getting pop-ups on TikTok. It's super annoying. What's going on here? And boom. All right, we're good. We're good. Let's start diving into some music here in the next couple minutes. I would love to kind of get rolling with the stream here. The goal is that we're going to be on for a little while today. We're, ideally, all things willing, as if everything goes to plan, we'll be on for probably a good 4 hours or so today. I would like to spend a decent chunk. Ari, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Would love to spend a decent amount of time here on the stream, listening to music, doing breakdowns, so on and so on. I'm excited to get into it. But really quick, for those of you who have never been here before, welcome to the stream. Welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. I appreciate y'all being here so much, spending any amount of time with us. I appreciate it more than you know. Here at Track Talk, we have 2 lanes that you can submit into. 2 lanes that you can submit into, and they're pretty dramatically different in what they offer. We do have a free line here. That free line we try to get to intermittently over the course of the live to dig into some of those songs there, depending on who hangs out and who stays, around. That free line, we will listen to your track up to 2 minutes. We'll listen to up to 2 minutes of your track and then give a quick note at the end. So there is that free line. You can feel free, of course, to submit there if you would like to. Ari, I got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just got yours in as well, so we're going to get things rolling. That free line, again, we'll listen to your song up to 2 minutes, and then we'll give it just a quick note at the end and then move on. Those are fast. Those are quick. We're not messing around on those. On the consultation side, that's a big part of what we do here over the course of this live stream. On the consultation side, those are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen, deep dive consultations on the structure of your music. We will spend those 2 to 3 different listens in that 20 to 30 minutes diving into the mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting. We're going to get into the nuances and the details of what you're doing, both creatively and practically within the structure of your music. Those are not quick reviews. There is no trash or pass, no ratings, no polls. Those are deep dive, long form analysis of the structure of your music. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So a lot of the structure and the perspective of this live stream stream is from that perspective. It's pointed in that direction. I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to give you exposure. If the algorithm does something cool and you get a bunch of eyes and ears on your music, amazing. But the goal of the stream is to offer as much value and as much insight and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. But like I said, we got a free line with up to 2 minutes and a quick note, or a 20 to 30 minute deep dive, which of course, like I said, is on the consultation side as well, which we're getting some in right now. So we're about to dive into that music. Is it Mosh? Thank you so much for tapping in over on the Red app. I see you. I appreciate you so much. If you would like to submit your music for either one of those lanes, if you're on TikTok, you can go to the link in my bio. Everything is right there. If you're on the Red app that we're live on right now, you can go to the description for the live stream and you'll see the movement there. I'm sorry, you'll see the link there. If you're on the Purple app, you can type !submit and we'll get you moving in the right direction. We have not, A, welcome in, A. I appreciate you being here. A, we haven't even heard our first song yet. We just hopped on. We're 10 minutes into just getting things rolling here. And we haven't even heard the first song yet. We try to offer as much value as possible. We try to get into a lot of detail here. We try to make sure that we're giving some great actionable feedback on the structure of your music. But yeah, once again, if you're on TikTok, everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. Raining in DC, I see you as well. Thank you so much for the submission. I saw that you pushed yourself, so I appreciate that a lot. Area, of course, I've got you on the board as well. I'm dad of two, H40, I have to use shortcuts, but appreciate feedback. I got you. That's what we're here for. Raining in DC, thank you for the follow. Caitlin, welcome in as well. I appreciate y'all being here. Once again, do me a favor, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, like the live, share it the live, all that good stuff, repost. It does really, really help out. A, if you go to, I'll mention this as well. If you want to see the queue is always at the same place that you submit. So if you go to the place where you submit at the link in my bio, if you go there, then you'll also see there a place that says see the queue. If you click on that, then you'll be able to see the queue at any point. You'll know exactly where you are. You can decide if you want to go faster. You can decide if you want to push to a consultation or whatever you want to do. So that's up to you. The queue is always available to you all at the link in my bio or the same place so you can find them on the other platforms as well. Pimped Out, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Steve, thank you for the follow as well. Jacob Boss, absolutely any genre, any level of quality, any level of preparedness. There's absolutely no bias as far as the way that you build out your music, the genre, the language, region, anything like that. Let me double check a few things. Welcome in. Let me see. Thank you for the follow. Jacob, thank you for the follow. A, thank you for the follow. Michelle, thank you for the follow. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for all the follows right there. I appreciate that a lot. But let's get into it. Let's dive into our first couple. Let's dive into the first couple stuff. It's in the queue. Let's go. Yeah, if you want to submit, everything's at the link in the bio. Tufi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. The official, sorry, my bad. The official one. The official Tufi. Okay, let me double check just a couple things here. Caitlin, thank you for the follow as well. Raining in DC, thank you for the gifts. Masked Bandit. Is it Imrafs? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you for the ice cream cone. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for the gifts, y'all. Appreciate it a lot. Let's get into it. We got Ari in the building. Toxic, thank you for the follow. We got Ari in the building. This is a release track. This is just the beginning. That's all I know. That's all they said. This is just the beginning. So let's get into it. But hop in the chat. I would love some context. I would love some details. You'll learn quickly that I really like the details. I really like getting into the nuances of your music. So the question that I typically ask people, especially if I've never heard your music before, is what role do you play in the creation of your music? So if you're a producer, you're a session musician, you're an artist, you're doing all of that yourself. Are you self-engineering? Are you going to a studio? So on and so on. Are these BeatStars beats or a lease or something you downloaded off of YouTube, whatever it may be. So give me some details, give me some context on the way that you go about building your music, and let's dive into it. But I do want to make sure that you're here, so just let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat if you are present. Do everything in my bedroom and from my MIDI keyboard. I love it. It's how I started too. Been making music for 10 years, just launched my music career, self-engineered, and I work with a producer in Florida. Beautiful. Let's dive in. All right, this is Intertwined by Ari. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But this is Intertwined by Ari. It is out on all platforms, so if you like what you hear, please like it, please follow it, please add it to playlists, go stream it, all that good stuff. It is released to platforms, so I want you to go support it as well. I've been playing piano and bass since I was 10. Yeah, similar story in some ways. I've been playing drums since I was 4, classically trained pianist since I was 6, taught myself guitar at 8, and then taught myself Pro Tools and some other instruments at about 12 years old. And then from there, I had, more classical trainings in audio engineering and stuff in studio. But that was my foundation up to 12 years old, was a lot of the early instrumentation that I use there, which to me, I owe to like all the stuff and all the things that I've been doing since that point have largely been owed to those early years of training in music and stuff. And man, I'm so grateful. You can check the queue at the link in my bio. Just go to the same submission place. You'll see everything that you need right there. Let me see. I've been playing guitar. To be honest, I still feel that about some things. Guitar, even though I do a decent amount of session work with guitar, like every once, maybe a couple projects here and there, every month where I'm like getting hired to play electric guitar, like doing session work on an album or something like that. It's definitely not my strongest instrument. Like it's something that like I don't think, not nearly as much as like piano or keys that I have a lot more training in. With guitar, as much as I really do love it, I just feel like I haven't put the time, even though I played a lot more growing up, but I don't know if I've put it in nearly as many hours in just understanding like scaling in different modes and stuff like that to be like really, really prolific. Now I have like what you would call relative pitch or relative perfect pitch, where I can pick things up by ear and like can tell when things are wrong and how to make them better pretty immediately when I'm playing guitar and stuff like that. But it's definitely not like, I totally understand like playing forever and still being like, how can I still not do what other people do with the guitar? It's brutal. It's brutal sometimes. Sounds good, pimped out. Sounds good, but I feel that so much. This mic is about $3,600. I've been just trying to play drums, but the rudiments have been killing me. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, drums they're all kind of their own language. They're all kind of their own language. So it really just depends on what you're doing. All right, let's get into it. I'm ready to dive in. We got Intertwined by Ari in the building. Let me get it pulled up on Spotify and let's get into it. And then Ocean, is it Ocean or Ocean? If you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. If you haven't submitted yet, the line is there. That's where people will find you. That's where you'll be able to see where you're at in the line, so on and so on. But this is Intertwined by Ari. Let's get into it. Okay, cool. I already love the synths. I'm obsessed with synths, if you couldn't tell. Talk to me a little bit about what you're using too, Ari, just as far as building your sound design. Beautiful. Love it. What's up, Vaddis? Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Nocturne, good to see you. I'm doing well. It's got a cool aesthetic, a good feel, good consistent melody structure, all that's great. There's some balancing I think that we can do to really start to separate some of these elements, better dynamic control. But I like the aesthetic, I like the feel, I can really hear where you go, the sound that you're going for, which is great. 100%, Danny. 100%. I like the space. I like the openness. A lot of like magnetic stops. Very granular. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all, please show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Absolutely, Ethan. Any genre, any level of preparedness. MTV cutscene music after a breakup on a reality show. Facts. Silas, good to see you as well, brother. Appreciate you tapping in. Julia's in the building. Welcome in. Joshy, appreciate you tapping in as well. Y'all, please, any genre. Absolutely any genre. If you would like to submit your music, you can do so at the link in my bio. Everything's there, so if you want to submit for the free line, for the 2-minute listen and a note, or if you want to go deep into the structure for music, that's on the consultation side. On that side, that's where we spend 20 to 30 minutes breaking down your music, going back through it, getting into the details of it. Everything's at the link in my bio, though. But let's get into it, man. Y'all, please show some love to Ari. Let's run it from the top. I think you do a good job. Again, based on some of the stuff that you told me, you're really producing, writing, and building out all of this. So the fact that you're doing all, the vast majority of this, at very least, yourself, I think is really impressive. That's not an easy thing to do. That might come easy to some people where they produce well and then they mix it straight off the bat. And that feels, very natural and comes very naturally to them. It doesn't for everybody. So the fact that you're doing the vast majority of this yourself, you deserve some flowers for that. I like the aesthetic. I like the feel. I like the mood of it. It feels very consistent. I think your sound design choices are very consistent with what you're going for. The filtered, kind of chorused vocals, especially with the doubles there as well. You have the very tight, TR-505 style, sequenced drums in the middle of the mix there, brassy Juno synths and some nice attack and swell there as well. You have a lot of things going for you as far as the sound design. For me, this is going to come down to how you balance all of those different elements and how we control dynamics as well as add drive to certain elements here in the song. So let's talk about a couple details of that. But the overall aesthetic, the mood, I think the ideas that you have, the way that you're building your structure, I think is done really, really well. Big, you got it. Yeah, right there. You're ready to go. Mike, is it an MXL 990? No, actually, one of the first mics I ever bought for myself, 10 years ago, was an MXL 770. It was the first mic. Sounds good, Libby. Appreciate it. It was one of the first mics that I ever bought out after my M Audio mic that came with Pro Tools 5 and the Digidesign Mini. The Inbox Mini crapped out, was rusted. The diaphragm was broken. It was terrible. So I bought an MXL, but this is not an MXL. It's a Neumann M147 tube. I love it. It's a great microphone. Sebby's in the building. What's up, Sebby? Thank you so much for joining. Everything's at the link in my bio. But having had, I've worked with people that have the 990. I've had the 770. This is pretty dramatically different from the 770 or the 990. It's a really, really cool mic. I love it. I use it on so many different sources. Super even, really, really smooth. I'm a fan. Not a lot of people talk about this microphone, especially in the conversation of higher end. I say higher end, depends. That means something different to everyone. But higher end microphones, it's not really in the conversation too much. But I know a couple other engineers that use it, and I've loved it for the last, I guess, maybe 4 or 5 years that I've had it. It's really, really cool. Not like these trash. No, man, dude. Here's the thing with mics. I have cheap mics too, and I've used many cheap mics too. I mean, I just sold 3 of my drum sets. I'm getting a new one in here, hopefully this next week or so. But when I'm miking drums, a lot of times I'm using cheap mics. I mean, SM57s, I have 2 or 3 SM57s that I use on snares. I might use them on hats or whatever it may be. That to me is the price of the microphone is not the thing that makes it, is not the thing that makes it good. The price doesn't make it good. Your ability to utilize the tool is what makes it good. So, I mean, this microphone, it's an expensive microphone, but this microphone in the wrong hands is just going to sound terrible. It's, if it's a bad source, if there's bad execution on how to utilize it, it's not going to sound good. The right engineer, the right, utilizer of the tool with a cheap microphone, AT2020, whatever it may be, you can do some magic with that, man, if you're motivated to make it happen. Let me see. It says again, just sees what I did here from a human. yeah, I think you can, facts. I think it's very possible to live off only cheese. It's not medical advice, by the way, but I think it's very possible. Let me see. Yeah, Neumann. No, it's N-O-Y or N-O-I, but yeah, Neumann. Such a great It's really popular because a lot of people won't even distribute their song without Torvik interview. Yeah, that's actually true. All right, yeah. The more you know, Silex. All right, let's get into it, man. Ari, let's dive back as we do. Let's dive back into the song. I'll try to answer some questions in between. Yeah, U87. I mean, a lot of people like it. It's not my favorite microphone. I've used it a bunch of times. It's not from a lack of experience with it. I've used it a bunch of times. I just prefer some other microphones in that range. I'll answer some other questions intermittently as we go in between these consultations. But let's dive into it, man. This is intertwined by Ari. We're going to dive into a couple details here. But honestly, man, I think you're doing a great job. It's going to come down to some small details here. A lot of people I prefer the vintage U87s. The reason why, I mean, this is a mellow, darker microphone. I prefer the evenness of the older ones. They're not as hyped in the mids, like high mids as the more modern, modern being like into the 90s, but the more modern U87 AIs. I like the vintage, like the late 60s, 70s U87s to me just have a much warmer, easier to listen to sound. It's not making as many decisions for you, which is usually the thing that I complain about with the 87, or even like a lot of the TLM series. I also have a Neumann TLM 102 that's in my mic locker in the storage or in just my other room over here. But that TLM 102, same thing. It's just it's bright, it's brittle, it can be kind of annoying to deal with sometimes, or I'm having to do a lot more to it to get it where I want it to be. And that to me is just, and it's fine. It'll sound fine, like under the right source. Like I like the TLM 102 with like a really like airy female vocal, maybe with a closer proximity. I like it with maybe I'll put it sometimes on rooms for drums, or sometimes I'll put it on like if I need a really bright, open acoustic guitar. Like I have this Gretsch Parlor acoustic guitar that I use sometimes. If I need that to kind of just open up a little bit, then sometimes the TLM series can be great. Like the 102 or the 103, which I've also used plenty of times. But if I want something that just like works every time on everything, then I love this thing, man. I've had it for I guess 4 or 5 years now, and no disappointments. It sounds great on everything. Oh, Sean, the queue is at the link. I've told you 5 times. The queue is at the link. If you want to check the queue, you can go check the queue for you. Absolutely anytime. Anytime. You can keep it up on a tab. You could stream it to the TV. The queue can be up as often as you want it to be. It's at the link in my bio where it says see the queue. And then you click the tab, and then there's another tab that says see the queue. All's right there. My song in, I wait. No, but don't ask me for you can wait as much as you want. You can wait as much as you want, but you still got to check the queue yourself. That's why the queue is there. So I'm not checking it for you all the time. All right, intertwined, Ari. Let's run it. Let's run it from the top. Love these early movements here. Last time I'm saying it. Like I love the space here. You're good, Sean. Man, you're cracking. For Silex, thank you for the gifts, man. Thank you for the Go Populars, dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate your generosity. You're cracking me up, man. You're cracking me up. All right, love you too. Oh my God. All right, let's back it up here. In my brain, I'm imagining someone freaking out on the other side. Says, anyone, please fucking listen to my song. It's getting to me. It's getting to me. Maybe I'm just tired. Let's back it up. Let's get into some of the sound design here. Silex, thank you for the love, man. I appreciate it. Someone what I'm picturing on mine is just someone like, I don't know, someone sitting on the toilet on TikTok, just losing their mind because their song isn't being played right now. It's a very funny image. It's a very funny image, even if that's not what's happening. All right, anyways, let's get into it. Close enough? Okay, let's go, Ari. My bad. What's up, Dream? Good to see you, man. What's up, man? Good to see you. Q, I'm gonna block you. Okay, here let's get to some of the details here. So when we're talking about balance, I gotta get focused, y'all. I gotta get focused. When we're talking about balance here, a lot of what I'm looking for is kind of what presents itself in the mix and what is driving the song. For me, we are kind of. we're kind of it's very airy, it's very spacious. There's a lot of ambiance, there's a lot of really open pads and stuff in here, which I love. What I would love is for you to really contrast that with a bit more weight behind your rhythm elements and your bass. Silas, thank you for the heart. Me, I appreciate it. Wait, what? Did I say something wrong? What did I say? Did I say something wrong? I probably did. Did I mess up your name? Key, K-A. Ari? Oh, Ari. Okay. So I was like, wait, I thought that was what it was. It's my brain. It's my brain. Yeah, describe it. It's very arrogant. It's very on the nose. It's very on the nose. No, you're doing a great job. So, all of these elements, I'm going to lose my mind. All of these elements up here, and it's not Ari's fault. It's wait, where did they go? It's Oshan's fault. Oshan's gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here. All right. So as far as ADHD is strong with this one right now. As far as structure goes, we have again these Ari, wink, wink, elements over the top end of the mix, pads and synths and so on and so on. And then the percussion structure to me is still really, really soft. Now, I love especially 80s synth pop stuff where we have like a fairly like dry sequenced drum, with like a TR-505, 707, Linn drum, like a Linn 9000, Oberheim DMX style stuff, right? Where it's kind of dry and punchy. What I would love to hear to support that and give it a little bit more body, a little bit more energy. What's that, Manifesto? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. What I would love to hear is a little bit more saturation. For one, because of how soft some of those elements are in the percussion side, it would be nice to get a little bit more attack out of it. It would also be nice to give it a little more presence and weight and maybe introduce some harmonics. Tasteful, like tape style saturation would go a long ways to bringing those percussion elements to life, maybe even on the bass as well. Now, there might be some in there, but those two elements at the bottom, I really feel like could use a little bit of life and a bit more harmonics to them, just because they do feel really suppressed and they don't have a lot of the energy that some of the other elements in your mix have. The synths are pretty prominent. Vocal layers are pretty loud. They have a lot of chorusing. They have a lot of reverb and stuff like that. So in order for the percussion to be able to compete, I feel like we need to give it a little bit more weight in the mix, just enough to give it some life, but not so much obviously that it's taking over. It'd be nice to get, like I said, maybe a hair of compression, maybe a little bit of saturation. For me, saturation is what I would prioritize because it will naturally compress. But that'll give you some weight. That'll give you a little bit of texture in there that will help the production or percussion elements compete a little bit better in the mix. Let's go a little bit deeper here. Like I hear those nice like stereo claps in the background, like those sound nice, but even those are nice and airy. You know what I mean? They're nice and open. They're really, really wide. And it would be nice to make sure the drums can support that too and give them a little crunch, a little crisp. I think it would be nice to give it some weight there. These are really catchy hooks. They're very, very catchy hooks. I mean, like, and there's some elements we can talk about balancing with the vocals a little bit later on as well. But the hook itself, the format of it is very, 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 very catchy. Manifesta says, and they're over on the Purple app, by the way. Speaking on the Linn drum, I'm probably going to cop an LM drum. That's the Behringer LM drum. I've thought about it. But I have contemplated I'll probably just go the route of getting like a vintage, like MPC, like maybe a 2000 XL or something like that. And then just sampling in and just download all of the samples from a Linn, which is essentially the same thing an LM drum would do. And then just utilize the old DAC, which I think would sound nice too. This is Intertwined. This is Intertwined by Ari. Let's get it. Like, that's catchy. It's catchy. It's smooth. It's catchy. Nothing wrong with that, but I definitely want a little bit more drive behind some of these elements so they feel a little snappier, they feel a little punchier, and it really does push the song forward a little bit more. Because what you don't want to happen is for really great sounding production elements to start to sound like monotonous or boring over the long term, even if they sound good in the short term, where, first 45, 60 seconds of the song, like, oh yeah, this sounds nice. It's a good listen. But over the long term, you start to slowly lose interest because it's a lot of that same dynamic range. I think the more that you can build this up and still make it chill, still make it moody and, honor that aesthetic as much as you want it to be there, while still allowing a little bit more drive and a little bit more punch in there, I think you'll be in a good spot. Like even here, I would love a little bit more punch behind that snare coming in. The bass in the kick has a little bit to it. The saturation will help fill that out more. Again, obviously with those harmonics, it's going to fill out the mix a lot more, give it some presence, give it some openness. But right there is like I get a little bit of energy from the kick and bass because the bass is driving on those 16th notes for most of the song, but we don't get a lot of weight out of that percussion, especially hitting on the snare as well. And that's where I feel like we could give it a little bit more life. Yeah, consultation side's 20 to 30 minutes. It's long form. It's multiple times through the song. It is a full like 20 to 30 minute consultation on the $10 side, or $10 or more, wherever you want to go. Yeah. All those, it starts at the 10, and any of those are consultations. So people pay more to go faster if they want to. No pressure to do that at all. But that's where you're going to see people doing higher tiers and stuff like that because they want to skip and they want to go a little bit faster. But anything on that time, anything on that side is going to be a full consultation. Whether you send 10 to kind of just get yourself in the door and get yourself on there, or if you want to send more and go faster, it's the same detailed consultation. The only difference is pace. Only difference is how soon you go based on where you're at in line and so on and so on. Yeah. We listen to the song multiple times. We spend about 20 to 30 minutes diving into the details of it, going through different pockets of it and stuff like that. Okay, so probably one of the last things that I'll address, because for me, I want to build up that percussion structure a little bit more, so it's got a bit more weight and it's got a little bit more punch to it. One of the other things, Eris, welcome in. One of the other things that I would love for you to do as well is a tighter dynamic control on your vocals, or at the very least your lead vocal. Just because right now, obviously, there's a bunch of different layers. You probably have a stack on the left, like doubles on the left, doubles on the right. Those with some chorusing, those with some, a bunch of reverb and stuff like that. You also then occasionally have a lead vocal in the middle, I think largely with some of the same processing or similar processing, maybe doubles, maybe chorusing, whatever it may be, right? Where you have a couple different things happening at the same time. What you're going to notice, I'll back it up here just a couple seconds. We'll go back into this kind of bridge right here, this post hook that we have. On this little pocket right here, what you're going to hear is pretty broad dynamic range from the vocal. So the vocal cuts in pretty loud occasionally, and it also falls out of the mix occasionally. And you have this pretty dramatic change in dynamic range right there. Now, I like the tone of your voice. You got a good voice. You're obviously, it's tuned. Who cares, right? It has auto-tune, but you can sing. You're holding consistent melody structure without a lot of modulation between, so it's pretty consistent. I think you're doing a great job with stuff like that. So all of those melodies to me feel really nice. They feel like they're structured well. But what I'm hearing is that vocal wavering a lot in the mix. So we never quite get that like full vocal performance, even if it's chorused and doubled and affected a ton. If you want all of the filters, you want all the effects, and they're perfectly fine. But what you never get is that vocal really cutting into the mix and feeling consistent right there at the front of the mix because of your dynamic range. So I would encourage you, I don't know, obviously your session or how you've structured your vocal chain. I would suggest potentially having another compressor in your chain, maybe in tandem to one that you have. Like maybe you just have one and you're getting about 3 dB of reduction or something. Or maybe you don't. I mean, that's kind of up to you to decide, how you want to structure that. But I would probably have another chain of compressor in there, or another chain of compression in there in that vocal chain, in order to kind of double up on the amount of dynamic range that you're suppressing. Just because right now, again, the vocal kind of falls out and then it boosts forward, which just tells me that we're not really grabbing much, if anything, and we might need another tier to help smooth it out. Typically, the way that I structure this is having 2 different compressors, at least, sometimes more, but 2 different compressors in different forms in order to catch different elements of the vocal to keep it forward, keep it a little bit punchier, a little bit more drive, and or smooth it out depending on the song and the genre and stuff like this. So the way I do that is a very fast release compressor and a slow release compressor. Chaining those those back to back, or at least in close proximity of each other, allows you to get the transient response that you want out of that first one. Like let's say you're using a faster release, so it's going to grab onto the vocal, suppress it lightly if there's something really, really loud, but it's also going to release it fairly quickly as well. And then I'll chain that with something smoother, a little bit slower release to help even out that vocal. Each of those could have anywhere from 3 or 4 dB of reduction all the way to 6 or 7 dB of reduction, depending on if I really, really need to control the dynamic range of the vocal. If it's like a modern pop record, or it's a EDM track, or it's a rock record where I might need to control a little bit more, we might push for some tighter reduction here. But what I hear here is I would love another chain of compressor, or, another compressor in that chain in order to help smooth out that vocal a little bit more, so that when you sing quieter, it pushes it forward. When you jump a little bit far, or when you have a little bit more energy behind the vocal, or you change your proximity, you get closer to the mic, that vocal is controlled and suppressed. Those are the kind of the two things right there. Control over your percussion structure, because I do think that's going to give you a little bit more energy out of this production, because the synths are wide and airy, pun intended. But the production itself, the percussion itself, and bass, movement underneath it feels a little limited in its ability to drive the song and carry it forward. That in tandem with better vocal control as far as dynamic range, I feel like will make this song, although sonically and aesthetic wise it sounds cool, it'll make it more energetic feeling. Still, these words feel like nothing sometimes, but like still a chill vibe and a chill aesthetic, but sonically more exciting to listen to. There's a little bit more weight to it. There's a little bit more, vibrancy to the way that the mix feels. I use Pro Tools. What do you use? I use Pro Tools as well. I have used Pro Tools for about 20 years at this point. So I got stuck in TikTok and TT patch cables 100%. It happens. Sammy the Collector's in the building. What's up, legend? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing fantastic. But yeah, I've used Pro Tools for forever. I've used them all. I've used Ableton and Logic and FL Studio and Studio One and Reason and whatever. Yeah, I've used them all at different times. I still have FL Studio. I just don't really go to it too often. I find it's easier for me to just do everything right in one space. Saint, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Logic is cool. Yeah, Logic's great, especially for like tracking live instruments. I think Logic, Pro Tools, and Studio One are probably the best for like playlisting, comping, punching. I think they're probably the best interfaces for that. I love it. All right, let's get into the outro of the song here really quick. But shout out to Ari. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending this in. I think you're right on the edge of some really polished sounding like synth pop records. For me, controlling vocal, presence in the mix and controlling weight from your percussion, I think is going to be the kind of the test for you. It's going to be the challenge for you, just because you have the space part down. You have the environmental ambiance side down. All that sounds great. All that, you're crushing it. Those synth, I love the synth stuff. That's some of my favorite stuff in the world. And I think you've done that really, really well. Now it's time to regain some clarity and support for the vocals and the percussion. If you can get that down, I think it'll really help the energy of your songs. Let's get into the last, 20 seconds here. Same with the guitars. You have that kind of like 90s shoegaze, soft focus, openness here. Like, you're doing a lot of cool stuff. And I love the grit. I love the granular texture here. The gaining's great. Killer. Absolutely killer. Absolutely killer. Y'all, please. Flanger guitar. Yeah, it's great. I love it. Again, you're doing so many things really well. You're doing so many things really, really well. So, man, please show some. Oh, we got a song from Sammy. Hold on 1 minute. Y'all show some love, man. That's Ari in the chat. And again, the song that you heard is called Intertwined. It is out on all platforms. You can see the name right here in the chat. It is out on all platforms, so show some love. Go like it, go follow, go stream it, go add it to your playlist, all that good stuff. Show them some love and support. Go boost their algorithm, and let's keep it rolling. You got the whole stop. I hate that I know what you're talking about, Magic. I hate that I know what you... I hate that popped in my head immediately when you said that. I hate that popped in. Man, one more time for Ari. I appreciate you so much. Let's run it. We got Manifesta in the building. Oh my God, we got Manifesta in the building. Let me clear some things here real quick and let's keep it going. Manifesta's in the building. Sorry, I just went back to check the list after being on Spotify for a second. So let's get into it. Where's Magic? You're killing me, man. Killing me. Sammy, I got you. Let's see. Ikra, I got you. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Sebi, I got you. Let's see. Marvin's in the building. Raining in DC, I got you. We got Manifesta in the building. Let's run it. Quick reminder. I'm on the Air. Oh, that's okay. We got Air. I got to always remember the names back and forth. That's Eris in the building right there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's run it. Quick reminder, if you would like to submit your music, everything's at the link in my bio. If you would like to go faster, it's an option for you. There's no pressure to, but if that's something that you're trying to find, you can do that through your submission form as well. Just go to your song and move it forward if you would like to. Just because I know we are starting to fill out a lot of the stuff here. Everything's at the link in my bio. Chocolate, appreciate you tapping in. If you go to the link in my bio, that's where you'll find either the free line if you want to get into that space, or if you want to get in the consultation side where we dive deep. We spend 20 to 30 minutes breaking down your song. That's what that side of the stream is for. But let's get it. We got Manifesta in the building. That's Eris right here. This is Feels Like Heaven. Wrote this back in May of 2026. It's going to be a single for my album for Manifesto. Okay, so this is back on the Manifesta side. Kind of stuck on it at the moment. Not sure about the chorus writing and might replace it. Also, I'm singing on the track. All right, let's go. Let's go. I love Manifestas. Okay, so this is a Manifesta track, not an Eris track. The Eris being the duo, right? So this is more all in house for Manifesta. Chocolate, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. So this is not yet released. This is still pretty fresh. But yeah, once again, if you want to submit, link in bio, just click on the submit form right there and you'll be ready to go. All right, it's pulling up. Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out to Manifesta, man. I appreciate your generosity so much, man. Thank you. And are all the vocals you? Or let me know kind of where your vocal sits in this.
We were two flames of a fire, burning brighter and brighter.
Are we about to get into some house here?
Dancing away while our ashes turned to gold.
I feel like I can already hear it.
We were always walking.
We're getting there. There we go.
Soaring high.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. I'm excited. I'm hyped.
Chasing the light while the whole world lost control. You shine your light on the darkest time.
That is restraint magic. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Let's go, Manifesto. Let's go.
Like heaven. Oh, it feels like heaven. On every sleepless night when I'm lost in
Great melody. Great melody.
It feels like heaven. Oh, it feels like heaven.
Here we go. Yeah. Bones are great so far. It's drug time. Manifesto. Yeah, vocals are still really dry. Still sounds good though. Bones are great.
It feels like heaven. Oh, it feels like heaven.
I'm excited for you to build this out a little bit more because we need to open up this drop a little bit more. Stuck. I got you, man. That's it? Hold on. Is that it? That's all we got? All right, y'all show some love. Let's dig into it. Needs a burp rap feature. That's facts. Backwoods got it. All right, let's get into it. This is Manifesta. Feels Like Heaven. Early demo here, so keep that in mind. Early demo here, so we're going to dive into some of the structural production details here, and build out the structure a little bit more. Obviously, these are largely unprocessed vocals, still very, very dry. So we're gonna build this out. This is gonna be obviously improved quite a bit over the course of getting it mixed and stuff like that. But and this is honestly only half the song. It's only half the song. This is like 2 minutes. It still needs probably another verse. Yeah, very early demo. It needs another verse and probably a whole other drop. Manifesta, Feels Like Heaven. Let's dive into it. Let's dive into it. We definitely need to wake up the sound design a little bit. It's, the second half, but no vocals yet. Sounds good. We definitely need to wake it up a little bit. The thing that I feel like right now is it's just a little bit rigid, right? So again, there's nothing wrong with the synth sounds. There's nothing wrong with the kick right there. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with what's happening here. And this is probably where you're feeling stuck too, is it just feels too boxed in It just feels too limited. It feels like this is like the sound is what it is, and you can only automate filter cutoffs so much and add risers so much to kind of wake it up a little bit. I think we need some twists and turns and modulation and stuff like that in order for this to feel like like we're not too sterile or too rigid with the production structure. So I know it's early, so we'll break down a little bit of that. But this is Manifest. It feels like heaven. Let's dive into it, man. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the details here. But what you're doing vocally, obviously unmixed, this could be brighter and punchier and all that fun stuff. But I think we need to open this up a little bit. It does remind me, like, it has some cool, like, 2010s like pop EDM stuff in there that I think is cool, like a little Sky Full of Stars kind of a vibe, you know what I mean, like Coldplay. It has a little bit of that air, right, where you have this semi-acoustic production structure with some of the like 2010s pop house feel that I think works pretty well. But I do think from that core we need to open up quite a bit. I need to learn how to control my vocals better. It's a little high for me. Facts. Yep. Yeah, 100% magic, 100%. All right, let's get into it. Yeah, let's dive in. Let's dive in. Like, especially the piano intro to me is right in that vein. Sure. Yeah, there's a couple notes that modulate low. They shift low. Those need to be, and it feels like heaven on the lower one right there. There's a little bit of a dip right underneath it that causes it to come, it's a little bit flat right there. So I think you can bring that up. And the Melodyne stuff's going to be easy for you. I've obviously heard your more polished records, so I'm not worried about where the mix is going to go. You're going to do a great job. But yeah, obviously the early piano here reminds me a lot of that 2010s feel, which hey, I love it. There's so many people. It's like a whole thing. There's a whole swath of people that are trying to make like 2016 music. You know what I mean? Used to make that sound like 2022. Let's get into it. Evangelise, welcome in.
We were two flames of a fire, burning brighter and brighter, dancing away while our ashes turned to gold. We were always walking the wire, soaring higher and higher, chasing the light while the whole world lost control. You shined your light on the darkest times. You brought me back to life.
I'm going to back it up here a little bit.
We were two flames of a fire, burning brighter and brighter, dancing away while our ashes turned to gold. We were always walking the wire, soaring higher and higher, chasing the light.
Okay, gut reaction real quick. It's a double verse which goes to chorus. Yeah. Gut reaction right here is the shaker to me comes in separating itself quite a bit from the mix here. It's not that the shaker's in the wrong place or it's doing the wrong thing necessarily, but I do think part of where someone said monotonous, might have been Sammy earlier, talking about, I think part of why it feels monotonous is not just that it's unmixed and the vocal needs more energy in the mix and whatever and stuff like that. I also think is that we don't quickly enough stair step the dynamics up. We're too long into the song. We're already, a minute into the song. What's up, Gumbo? Good to see you, man. We're already a minute into the song. Thanks for the heart, me. A minute into the song before we start to introduce a little bit of a lower pad or anything like that. I feel, hold on, let me pull something up here really quick. So I'm going to go over to Jesse. Everything is at the link in my bio. Absolutely all genres. I'm going to pull up a sub bass. I'm going to pull up just for the hell of it, and you're going to kind of see what's going on here. I'm going to pull up a sub bass, and then I'll mix it in loosely. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Where's my sub 2? On Expand. Shout out to Expand. Coming in clutch right now. Subsonic 2. We're gonna filter it down. And here's kind of what I'm looking for here. So let me open this up real quick. Actually, I don't need all of this stuff on here, so let me bypass. Thank you so much for the heart, y'all. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you for the Go Popular Mo Gumbo. Yep, exactly. And I would go, this is very atmospheric, right? Right now it's very simple. And I think instead of just relying on the mix to open this up and make it more interesting, I do think we need more layers, more nuance, and more ear candy in here. Pan flute, I think would be gorgeous. To really open this up and make it feel like it ebbs and flows a little bit. Like I said, it feels too on the nose where like what's happening is happening and it transitions with the riser and then the next part is happening. And it's not that it specifically sounds bad, right? Like the things that are there are fine and they're unmixed, they're fine. But I think it needs more elements to kind of give it some life and some energy. So here, let me bring the cutoff lower on. That's my piano. Let's not do that. Boom. All right, let's drop this octave here and filter down 1 second. All right, and then real quick, let's back this up here.
We're two flames of a fire, burning brighter and brighter, dancing away while our ashes turn to gold. We were always walking the wire, soaring higher and higher.
So here, this is where we're already 35 seconds in before there's any other information outside of just high end, right? So vocal, shaker, obviously the piano running in the background. So, basically, yeah, B minor, D major, F sharp, minor, you close on the E-ish. So coming in here.
We were two flames of a fire.
Even if you start similar to here.
Brighter and brighter, dancing away while our ashes turn to gold. We were always walking the wire, soaring higher and higher, chasing the light while the whole world lost control. You shined your light on the darkest
Like it.
time.
We're waiting till this point to bring any other low end information. I'm doing this with the free sub bass that's just sitting there, right? Like I want some a low rolling bass or a low pad to start building some of the info. And some of this is probably not going to come through on TikTok too, but some low end information where we start to bloom this mix a little bit earlier, either sub or exactly. You get a nice rolling bass underneath there to give it a little bit of a push right here, and then support it by other movements that start happening where the song feels like it's growing a little bit more as opposed to things just starting. Because what you'll hear here is it just kind of starts, right?
We were two flames.
This section starts.
Of a fighter, dancing away while our ashes turn to gold. We were always walking the wire.
We get a little bit of like a ride, some little pings on the ride right there. And so that's where, and again, how you do this is obviously, the deal, is completely up to you. Right now it's very like we start here, then we start here, and then we start here. And the difference is maybe a trill on a ride, maybe it's a riser or it's a reverse cymbal. But there's not a lot of like color and texture in the background of the mix here. So I would start to, in your own creative space, I know you feel stuck a little bit right now too. And I want you to start to find, Cold, good to see you, man. Sorry, I just saw the heart me from Cold. Appreciate you so much, man. Welcome in. I would love to start finding some other mediums to increase energy in different ways throughout these early moments of the song, because it's so important. Because if nobody makes it into when you finally get into the drop, then it doesn't matter, right? If no one listens past that point, then we won't quite get into that moment. I just sent up what Last Sunrise. Is this another fresh one you're working on, man? I do want to get into the drop though. Way more polished. I mean, hey, that's up to you, man. I'll be here. I'm here. But that's where I want to dig in just a little bit more. Is like, how can we create more structure here, and how can we create more nuance in the way that you're building up your production? I think bringing in like a respace, bringing in like a low rolling pad, and a couple other textures and some automated bits in the background, some modulation, some filters opening and closing, some high arpeggios that kind of sweep through the high 3 octaves that ping pong between the left and the right as you transition into the next section here, and then the shaker and the bass starts to roll in. Like some more interesting movement, some more some more interesting nuance as far as like where things start being placed in the mix, I think is going to be really important. Because right now, like the foundation is there, and where you feel stuck, I think is like the foundation is there, but the foundation doesn't have enough. And so now we need to really just focus on ear candy. Now we need to focus on like building out structure that feels really interesting to listen to. Let me get towards your drop here a little bit because it does start to gain some momentum.
While the whole world lost control, you shined your light on the darkest times. You brought me back to life, and it feels
100%.
like heaven.
And again, I know it's early.
Like heaven on every sleepless night when I'm lost in your eyes. It feels like heaven. Oh, it feels
Like even here,
heaven.
some other synths come in, but even here, we don't really get any bass information for a while. Even here,
You shined your light on the darkest times. You brought me back to life, and it feels like heaven. Oh, it
Something,
feels
right?
like heaven on every sleepless night when I'm lost in your eyes. It feels
like in my mind,
heaven.
in my mind, on the lead up to this breakdown right here, I want like two other basses coming in. I want something nice and plucky to start coming in. I want something to kind of mirror or harmonize with those high plucks that you have with the piano and stuff at the top end right there. I want more layers doing what you already have there to start build in some of that, build up some of the energy right there. Just because you're missing out on a lot of the anticipation of the song, and the more you can build that anticipation, obviously, as you very well know, you're great at what you do. As the more you can build up that anticipation, the more of a payoff there is going to be right after that. Dan's in the building. What's up, Dan? So good to see you. Okay, let's get into the drop here really quick because I think that to me is one of the most important parts. But yeah, I think a respace in your build up, some arpeggios, some flutters, bring in some granular stuff at the top right here. Feel free to break out of the rigidity of the dum 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 with the piano and the bass and the percussion when it comes in. Start to fill in some of the gaps of the rhythmic structure here, and I think you'll be in a good spot. And maybe even the predictability of like as soon as the piano started, I heard the piano, I was like, oh, I bet my brain already knew where to go. And there's some familiarity with that that's good. You want the song to be what you want it to be, and you want it to feel really familiar to people. So, but even there, of like I kind of knew exactly where those shakers were going to go and exactly where those hats were going to go. Is there a way that you can still do that and keep it familiar and keep it grounded feeling so that people there's some level of expectation that they're going to get what they want out of the song? If you're wanting to hear a classic house track, and you're going to get a classic house track. But maybe some twists and turns in that, and the way that you add some interesting percussion in the background. So it's like, yeah, you do kind of what I'm familiar with, but you also do it in the manifesto way. You do it in the way that, really brings your personal record to life. And it doesn't just feel like this could be any other song anywhere else. That's what I want to hear a little bit more of. Like right now, it's like a good blank slate. It's like a good scratch track. It's a good blank slate. What you have there, the progression, the melodies of the vocal, perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I also want to wake up some of these other elements and hear your identity. I want to hear your crazy idea on here. I want to get your fingerprint on this record a little bit more. That's a little bit more of what I'm wanting to hear here. Sounds good, Jesse. I appreciate you tapping in. I'll update that, or I'll go and check the list here in just a second as well. Let's get into this drop really quick, and then we'll move on.
Feels like heaven. Oh, it feels like heaven.
I don't know, something interesting, right? Like, you don't have to do all that. I mean, I'm just messing around at this point. You don't have to do all that, but just having having something that just feels like we're moving somewhere is what I'm looking for. I'm gonna send another one so you can hear more. That's I would love to hear more of like manifesto sound, like what you want your sonic identity to be. To me is the most important of what is going to like make this stand out and give you more opportunities with it. Thank you so much, Jesse. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for tapping. I can't wait to hear it.
Oh, it feels like heaven.
Like, what would even be interesting here is like, again, just so this feels like it has more of an identity. Thank you for the let 'em cook. I appreciate it. What if you even went like, maybe you go 4 on the floor and it's fine. What if you went halftime just to be like, oh, that's not what I was expecting. Like, what if you built up here? It was a big build up.
Feels like heaven.
And you had some other interesting elements in there. Thank you for the roses as well. I appreciate that a lot. Like, boom. Or you do A and B sections to the hook, and the first time you're 4 on the floor with like a clap in between, like a classic dry clap in between. Classic kind of like a Avicii, Martin Garrix style, like you already talked about. But like maybe you have some of that early on, and it's a 4 on the floor, but maybe B section, you go halftime with a new like lead synth that kind of takes the top line again right there. Like some ideas that just shift the energy here a little bit and make you feel like there's a little bit more going on. And you don't have to do the halftime, right? That's a different feel. But point being, like, what changes in sound design can get us out of the stutter there and get us out of the dun 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 on the piano and the synths. They're fine as a foundation, but what can we do to break us out of that and give us a little bit more openness, a little bit more? I hope this is helpful. I know I'm not like necessarily giving you the idea to take as your own, but I hope it's helpful to maybe get your wheels spinning on where we need additives and where we need restraints, so on and so on. So if there's anything I can target a little bit more, please let me know. But hopefully just it kind of gets your wheels spinning too, as far as like where we need to build up bass structure, where we need to add fresh top lines and stuff like that. Okay, good. And I definitely at the very least, if you're going to kind of keep this early part exactly where you have it or close to where you have it, definitely B section, add a washy crash to transition and add in a clap on the second half once you go past 211. Like once you go past this early part right here. Jesse, thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate you a lot. Once you go past this early pocket right here, I would love to open it up just a little bit more. So like a clap on the 2 and the 4, even if you keep 4 and the 4 there. Clap on the 2 and the 4, or some kind of a snare on the 2 and the 4 to just kind of open up the structure a little bit more, so the A section to B section doesn't feel too monotonous in any way. But y'all, please show some love, man. Show some love. Like I said, I think to me what I perceive this as is like a really strong structure scratch track. And I don't mean that because it sounds terrible or anything like that. I just think it's like good core ideas. You've figured out your progression. You've realized your lyrics and your melody structure. You know where you want to bring in drums and how you want to build your dynamics. So like those foundational things are there. The rest to me personally feels like a scratch track where it's like, okay, the foundation is there. We know where all these different pieces are going to go. Now we need to dig into like finding really interesting sound design choices, especially on the synthesis side and the bass side. But, on the percussion and synthesis side, we need to find some really interesting ways now to apply those dynamics and apply those transitions right there. That's where this needs the most life, because otherwise it will feel monotonous. It will feel sterile. And that's where I want to wake it up a little bit more. But y'all, please show some love. Show some love. That is Manifested, the family. I think he said he's going to send another one in here pretty soon as well, so let me know when you're ready for that. But we're going to keep it rolling through the next couple songs here. But definitely show some love to the family. We love Manifested. Manifested is incredibly talented. I've heard some polished records from Manifested that are like, they are pop radio ready. I mean, they're there. They are pop radio ready. They're fantastic song structures, so catchy, so polished. No complaints. So for this being a very, very early demo with not a lot that has happened to it as far as like mix and build out, it's very, very, very well done. But y'all, please show some love. Let's keep it rolling into the next track here. Quick reminder, if you would like to submit your music, there's 2 lanes. There's a free line with up to 2 minutes to listen, and then we give it a quick note. And then there is the consultation side. The consultation side are the 20 to 30 minute, like we're doing here, 20 to 30 minute deep dive, long form consultations into the structure of your music. We'll dive into whatever would be the most valuable for you, whether that's mix, production, sound design, songwriting, lyric structure, whatever it may be. Manifest, I got you, man. I got you. Dude, thank you so much for your generosity, man. I appreciate it more than you know. But everything's at the link in my bio. You can check the line there. You can see the queue. And of course, you can submit to whatever lane makes sense for you. But let's get into it, man. We got Manifest in the building. Appreciate you so much, man. That's a lot of love. This one is a bit more of a polished, according to Manifest, this is a bit more of a polished record. So let's get into it. It means so much, man. I appreciate that more than you know. But yeah, and y'all please support Manifesta, support Eris. Eris, the other account was in here earlier. That's Manifesta's duo. They do a lot of great work on that side as well. They do a lot of great work on that side as well. So you definitely follow, definitely support what they're doing. All right, they wrote this a couple weeks ago, worked on it today, not mixed or mastered, right? So this is also not mixed or mastered. Still need to run my vocals through Melodyne and tweak some lyrics in the pre. Vocal was written by my friend Athena. Both melody and lyrics are human-made, just has a female AI vocalist temporarily waiting to have her re-record. Perfect. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So the vocals you'll hear are generated, but they are currently being replaced by the artist that's going to be on the song. They're just a placeholder at this moment. All the production I know is Manifesta. So let's get into it. Show some love one more time to Manifesta. Thanks for the clarification, man. I appreciate it. The Last Sunrise. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. I'm going to pause for 2 seconds and go straight into it. Right off the bat, this is the stuff that I'm looking for. We have our low bass drop, vocal texture or vocal sample immediately, low pad, and then you have these like gated sequences and dropouts at the top, right? You have all this texture at the top. That's those little, and this is in the first 5 seconds of there being texture there. That's the kind of nuance that I want the other record to have too, of just little ear candy stuff like that, where there's layers to the way that the song kind of blooms. Anyways, want to get that out of the way. You did that immediately on this, so I wanted to bring that up. There's like an organ in the background too. There's like 6 layers just right here. Yeah, exactly. I know you got it. I'd be harping on stuff you already know.
Golden on your skin, dripping in the light. Shadows getting longer, but you're holding me tight. Everybody's leaving.
Your vocal as well?
We don't have to move. Take what's in the moment, nothing left to lose. Slow down, don't let the colors fade. Unbound, you'll be my sweet embrace. One kiss before it slips away. This feels like the last sunrise. You and I suspended in time. Heartbeats moving with the tide. Holding on to paradise. This feels like the last sunrise.
Yeah, people skip over the course of the live, yeah.
Touching the stars align. If forever only lasts tonight. Love me till the last sunrise.
Greg Chaney. Yeah, hats are pretty prominent too. Yeah. It's always good to get that second perspective.
Your name on my lips. Every little second feels too good to miss. City lights are calling, but they're far away. All I really want is to keep you in this place. Slow down.
So there's so much movement, so much more warmth and movement here this time.
You'll be my sweet
And especially with a lot of these scratch vocals and stuff.
before it
Or like dry
slips
vocals.
away. This feels like the last sunrise. You and I suspended in time. Heartbeats moving with the tide. Holding on to paradise. This feels like the last sunrise. One touch and the stars align. If forever only lasts tonight. sunrise, the last sunrise. Don't let this feeling die. The last sun loved me till
Yeah, I feel that.
sunrise.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yo, show some love, show some love, show some love. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the details here. Shout out to Manifesto. Manifesto, really, really talented producer here. This one obviously has a lot more buildup. Are these vocals tuned or all? They have some auto-tune on them, but they haven't been melodined yet. They typically will go and place everything, especially in EDM. They'll go and place everything really, really tight and make it really smooth. There's still a lot of this that is earlier, even though this is more polished and more built out. All of the female vocals are going to be replaced. And then some of the rest of this still needs to be balanced a little bit more. But let's get it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've got a great voice. To be honest with you, man, this almost sounds like, and I mean this in a positive way, this almost sounds like kind of like an alternative rock EDM remix. I don't know if that will make sense to anyone else, but your voice, and I don't know if I've heard this from you before, but your voice would do really well with like pop rock and like, you know, alternative rock. That's what it feels like. This almost feels like a Linkin Park remix or something like that. Like that's the way my brain is like perceiving it. And so that's, anyways, whether that's what okay, this perfect. Awesome. I was like, if that's what you're going for, cool. If it's not, then you can keep that in mind. But that's kind of, I would almost love, that being said, I would love to give it more of the edge that would kind of honor that part of your vocal, like, because you do have that edge behind the vocal, still needs to be mixed and whatever, that's fine. But I would love to give a little bit more of that edge to the production, maybe a little bit more saturation, maybe a guitar layer tucked in there on the lead, like on the lead side, potentially on the top line and between lines on the hook. Like I'm just curious. I know you're not necessarily even looking for that right now, but I'm just curious because the vocal does lend itself to some strong projection and it does feel energetic. It has really good tone, really, especially even these earlier versions, really, really good tone. I think the melodies are great. They're catchy. They're repetitive. Niam, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But I do think it could probably be supported by more weight, a little bit more. It's clean. I mean, everything that's here, it's a lot more spacious. This feels a lot more polished. This feels a lot more, it's got a lot more ambiance, which I really, really like. So let's run it from the top. Let's get into a couple details here, but I would maybe lean into that a little bit, and see what could come up, see what you could come up with leaning into some of your natural timbre a little bit more. All right, let's run it from the top. Bring this down a little bit. You can submit at the link in the bio. Isolation, welcome in. Everybody's leaving, we don't have to. Bring this down. Take what's in the moment, nothing left to lose. Slow down. Don't let the colors. So like even here, same thing I'm interested in. Can we bring in like a plucky, tight decay? Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Can we bring in like a tight decay, plucky, mini moog style, low, maybe not even too low, but on the 16th underneath it to follow the hat pattern. So it's not just, again, baseline hats come in, but it's like, it's nice and sharp and punchy. And you can even like automate the volume coming in. It can start a little bit drier and then you bring in some of that energy there. So it feels like it's got a lot of anticipation to it. Something in that world. Something in the, like, maybe if it's not the low bass completely, maybe something in the mid tier that can go to the third every once in a while, kind of slide through it like that. Something in that world, I think, would be a nice weight to add the middle of the mix here. Because right now it's like the vocals crushing it. They have a lot of energy behind them, not necessarily supported by the production yet. So if you can build up a little bit more energy there, you're gonna crush it, man. This feels like the last sunrise. And that will also make this drop right here where you empty everything out more dramatic, right? If you build up a little bit more, you have a faster, sequence for the bass, the arpeggiator coming in a little bit tighter there. Build this up a little bit more, then we go in this next section right here for the pre. It'll feel like there's a little bit more energy to it, and you could either drop with a sub bass in the slow section right here, and or just build up more and then empty out, right? A little bit more dramatic dynamic range. When I suspend Good melodies though.
Moving with the tide, holding on to paradise. This feels like the last sunrise. One touch in the
A little more build up here.
if forever only lasts tonight, love me to the sunrise.
D50, baby. In fact, I might have this exact synth coming in very, very, very soon. Hopefully, ideally, hopefully, if I can get my shit together and put it in order. I'm just trying to find one in good condition that is not crazy priced, but we're gonna have that beautiful sound in the real world. Even though I do love the plugin for Recall. But yeah, it's just a D50 Fantasia. You can find this sound on so many different synths. Retracks in a building. What's up, Retrack? Welcome in, man. I hope you're doing amazing. Thank you for the heart me as well, of course. But yeah, even just like a couple little buildups in here would be nice. Okay. Yeah, so far, like what's up, Tim? Good to see you, man. So far, your main production structure, similar to, although this is much more polished as far as the other elements that are happening here, even without the vocals that you're going to have. It's still very much within its layering. It's very, very consistent within its layering. So like the bass line with kind of the synth that's right over the top of it. I do think we need more, what I would just call chordal information, where right now we have like the bass line and the higher bass line that matches it and like the high synth at the top, but not a lot to like, don't do that. You know, I was trying to play my piano. Where's my piano? Not a lot of information in between that gives you like the warmth and the energy behind the song structure here. So if you're, yeah, so if the, like having some nice warm, even on the build up here. So like, like here.
This feels like the last sunrise. You and I suspended in time. Heartbeats moving with the tide. Holding on.
Even just there.
This feels like the last sunrise. One touch and the stars align. If forever only lasts tonight, love me
and have this pump with the bass. It is, yeah, time facts. It does sound like that a little bit too. Having that element where we have really, really bright and low energy here. We just need something here. It's something because the chords system was the main melody and the synth hook. Yeah, so I think because of the chords that are there at the very, very top, it's really bright and airy up here, and there's some weight at the far low end because the bass is pulsing, for a pretty good amount underneath it. Beyond that, the middle of this mix doesn't have a whole lot going on. So that's where I would definitely bring in some warmth, a nice like low Juno, short decay pad in the background too that is also sidechained with the kick, giving you some pump in the background, and or a nice low piano right over the third right there in a low octave to just give it some warmth. I think that'd be one of the next things. Obviously, get the real vocals on there, get everything lined up. But that's kind of the thing for me is now we just need to fill in this middle of the mix because it's snappy and it's bright and it's airy at the top. It's got some weight in the low end with the bass, which of course you can build out more too. But another 2 or 3 layers in the middle that are filling out chords and counter melody, I think would be really, really nice because those are really the only 2 things that I think we're missing out of that middle section. Let me get into the outro here. Our last little build up here really quick. Yeah, 100%, dude, 100%. That's easy. These are not crazy suggestions at all. Very, very simple. And it can empty out here. So like even if I would crank this reverb a little bit on the piano here.
This feels like the last sunrise. You and I suspended in time. Heartbeats moving with the tide. Holding on to paradise. This feels like the last sunrise. One touch and the stars align. If forever only lasts tonight, love me till the last sunrise. The last sunrise.
You can build up naturally. But just having the chords, right? Just having the chords low, a little bit more low-end information, and like a melody or a counter melody, a new top line for the instrumentation at the top. Like having that extra energy in the balance of the mix, it just wakes it up and it makes it feel a lot warmer. I think like a Juno style pluck synth with a lot of reverb and chorusing and stuff would be very, very helpful. Miles, welcome in. Good to see Miles. Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the donuts as well. I appreciate it. Having that in there definitely helps. But to me, it's warmth, it's chord and melody / counter melody that gives this a whole new life. Please use the Juno X for it. That's what it's made for. That's what it's made for. Let's hear the outro and we'll get out of here. We'll move on. Shout out to Manifesta, man. You're so talented, man. Jesse, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Sorry, I just saw the submission over there too. Ivy, you as well. Thank you. What's up, Miles? Thanks for tapping in. Even here, I would probably close with piano. Like here. Even just that. Like having like a highly compressed, reverberated, chorused piano in the background, even if it's a different piano than this. Obviously, this is a pretty warm, like felt piano, but like a nice sharp grand in the background that has a lot of weight to it and a lot of energy behind it. I think it would open it up in such a beautiful, dynamic way that it would wake the song up like crazy while adding some warmth to the mix. Got us feeling some kind of way with that piano. Let's go, Vadis. Y'all show some love to the family. Show some love to the family. That is Manifesta in the chat. Brilliant producer, composer. He's done a lot of great work. This is an honor too to hear some really early records. Like I've heard some polished stuff that has gone through all of the ringers, before we get to the polished record that everyone ends up like hearing on the radio or hearing, on a satellite channel or hearing on Spotify. We get to hear some early stuff that's still in its early stages, scratch vocals, early, reproduced stuff. This is for their album, which is amazing. We get to hear some early stuff before it's too polished, which to me is so fun. Man, please show some love to Manifesta. Love and appreciate what you do so much, man. Absolutely love and appreciate what you do. Give it up one time for the family. Let's keep it rolling. We got some more music to get to. We got Ivy in the building. Ivy, where's Ivy? Swarty, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, dude. All love, man. All love. Appreciate you. Where is Ivy? Who is Ivy? Why is Ivy? Marcus in the building. There's Marcus in the building. Marcus, I appreciate you more than you know. Shout out to Indonesia. Appreciate you tapping in so much. Sammy Joe, thank you for the follow as well. All love from this end. I appreciate y'all being here. Once again, everything's at the link in my bio if you want to submit. I'll be closing up. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and turn on skips only right now just as that's going crazy over there really quick. So let's keep it rolling here. I'm going to try to get through as many songs as I can today. We got Ivy in the building. That is Marcus Gunner in the chat. Shout out to Marcus, man. Appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Hi, man. Always appreciate your feedback. This is my band, Ivy Meyer. Have I heard the band before? Marcus Gunner. Marcus Gunner is Ivy. I don't think I've heard. That's why I wasn't familiar with the name. It's my band Ivy Meyer. We haven't played for long, and it's a demo. Let's go. I love the early demos. It gets me hyped. This is my band Ivy Meyer. First demo we're working on at the moment. It's hard to know what way to go. Like genre. Okay, let's dig into it, man. If there's any way that I can help or anything in particular you want me to help with, let me know. I'm so excited to break this down. So excited to dive into the details. Let's see, Jesse, I got you. Raining, I got you. Appreciate y'all so much. We're gonna go through as many of these songs as we can. I'm gonna try to get through. If I can get through all of these, I'm gonna try to get through all of these. We got Ivy Meyer here in the chat. Marcus Gunner. Let's run it. Let's run it. Early demo too, by the way. Excuse me. Early demo.
Life in overdrive. I'm moving ahead, but I'm going in circles. Drunk on sulfide. I know it depends if all the colors are rough.
Everything's at the link in my bio, but I'm going to be closing the line soon.
Rolling through a blank space, I'm always in my heaven. Always had one hell of a time. Yeah, I know that there are some days I'm always in my heaven. Always had one hell of a time. I'm always under someone's life. Morning a countdown. I'm selling my soul while my hands are shaking. Stone cold and traumatized.
Got you, Jesse. Appreciate you. Yeah. It's got actually like a lot of different influences because I can also hear some like 60s Beatles stuff in there too. A little bit of Queen, 80s Queen in there with some of the chromatic movements. It's cool. It's cool. Let's go. Y'all, please show some love to the family. Marcus Gunner right here in the chat. That is the band Ivy Meyer. It is called The name of the song, at least the placeholder or what it might be here, is Weezer. But it is the band Ivy Meyer, which is Marcus Gunner right here in the chat. Man, love and appreciate what you do. Let's get into it. Let's dive into some details. Quick reminder, y'all, I will probably close the line here in the next couple minutes just so I can not get too many submissions that we have to save or return. So I'm going to try to limit, I think, a little bit so I can get to as many of y'all here as possible. On some tracks that I'm doing for some, of course, Miles. Yeah, people come in with like productions and mixes and stuff like that where they have like maybe there's like a pain point of it and they just don't quite know where to go with it. Yeah, people do that all the time, man. So if you're working on a track for someone else, you're doing session work, production, mixing, whatever it may be, People send that in. It can be good to. I mean, I even have to do that every once in a while. I'll be like, hey, I need another ear on this. Not necessarily always in live stream, but just like people that I have, engineers that I know, engineers around me. Like, hey, I need an ear on this, and I'm not sure kind of what's happening here. Can you give it a listen, so on and so on. So yeah, man, 100%. But let's run it from the top. Yeah, if you're not sure which way you want to go, don't get too deep. I got like 5-10 minutes left to go. Okay, no worries at all. You're good. I won't go too deep. For me, this is less about mixing and production, right? This is less about where you want to go with it in that form, and more about stylistically where you want to take it, because this is a new band and it's a first demo on a new band. Since it's a first demo on a new band, one of the most important decisions that you make is stylistically and aesthetically and sonically where you go and what you do consistently. So that's the biggest thing. So let's just chop through a couple quick things here, but that's what we're going to listen for, because again, this is early demos, it's early instrumentation, some scratches in there probably that you can update. I'm not worried about the quality. You'll execute that fine. But to me, it's about what do you want to kind of lock in and make more consistent for yourself. Isolation, thank you so much for the hand heart. Yeah, we had a version with more acoustic guitar in the verses, for example, but change that here. All right, let's get into it. I know you got 5 to 10 minutes, so we'll go quick. Because we're on the edge of some like 90s shoegaze here, halftime, reverb, open up, follow melodies. Like we're on the edge there where it's very grungy, it's very underground, and then there's another direction we can take where this is more like polished 60s pop, and it's dead and it's dry, and we stack and double a lot of those vocals right there to make sure everything's really clean and clear. Thank you so much, Isolation. I appreciate it a lot.
Life in overdrive.
I love your voice too, by the way. Even dry and like really raw like this, I really like your vocal, and I love the quality of the source vocal here too. It's very well done. It's very, very well done. Like big fan. I would not overproduce this. I would keep this vocal like raw, largely speaking, some dynamic control, some EQ, whatever. I would keep a vocal like this as raw as you possibly can while keeping it transparent and allowing it to cut through the mix. This is not something I think you need to surgically produce at all. Keep it very, very natural. Very, very natural. Let's get into the hook here. Okay, here's my suggestion. Hearing the guitars, I would have on like lead guitar elements, I would go for, there's a lot of eras that do this, so it's not strict to like 90s or 60s or like, early 70s or something like that. But sonically, what I would do, I'll show you, I don't know is it back there? Yeah, it is back there. I can grab it for you real quick. But there's a couple things that I would do. For me, I would lead into this like mid-century rock aesthetic, because I think your vocal really holds through. I'm talking 60s to 80s. That to me is where, when I'm hearing these guitars and these follow lines, when I'm hearing your lead vocal and the doubles of your lead vocal, that 60s to 80s spread of sound design and that spread of energy, that's where I feel that lives the most at home. I would go for two things. One thing on the drum side, I would get some big fat, what are they called? Big fat snare heads. I have some back here. One sec. This is what I want you, what is it called? Yeah, big fat snare head. Is a focus, I can't see. There we go. Boom. Get you some of these. These right here, especially if you want, no matter the era, whether you're doing like modern synth pop or you want to go into kind of the 60s, 70s direction or some like grungy 90s stuff, if you want the type, and a lot of the rolls that I am hearing in the drums in here, and you want that really like muted dead sound, these are beautiful. That's what I use on snare and toms all the time if I'm looking for that really restricted sound that allows these bright chorused guitars and doubled vocals to really shine. Get you a set of those. You could make them, dude. Cut up some blankets if you need to, whatever, or cut a curtain into a circle. You can do whatever you want to do. But I just got the actual ones because they came in a set and got them. Those will really help with this. Those slime hand toys on the drums. Yeah, so what those will help with resonance, but they're not gonna like really soften the whole tone. I have a bunch of those like moon gels and stuff too, right? Those will obviously, that'll take care of your ringing and some of the extra resonance and stuff from like your snare and your tom, so on and so on. But if you want that really like tight Jake Reed, dead vintage drum sound, get you some stuff like that. Now you can accomplish some of this by throwing a towel over the snare and the toms and taping it up a bit and stuff, of course. But to me, it was just worth it getting the set. It fits perfectly in all the different drums and stuff like that. That will give you a really tight sound on the percussion, a nice bucket brigade on your guitars, which are beautiful, by the way, and then clean doubles for your vocals. I think if you do those like 3 things right there, we'll polish this up really, really quickly without having to do a ton of extra work, without having to do a crazy amount of extra work. You'll just have a really consistent, punchy, saturated drum that feels really tight. You'll have a bass that follows, good, clean guitars, maybe one lead with a bunch of chorus on it. I love the fast modulation bucket brigade chorus for that reason. And then tight doubles on your vocals. I'm going to hear this. I'm going to move a little bit farther, and I know you have to go, but I'll get into this last section just really quickly. But when you're questioning, like, which direction would I go? When I hear what I'm hearing here, I'm listening for like what you're closest to and what would be the cleanest transition stylistically and the cleanest transition sonically from where you're currently at. And this is like, take the exact drums that you have, throw those heads on it, and they're perfect. You know, take the exact guitars that you recorded, throw like a vintage bucket brigade fast modulation chorus on there, and they're perfect. Take those exact vocals and barely process them and tighten up a double on it, and they're perfect. This is like very, very small, minute decisions that puts you deeper into a particular aesthetic that I think would sound great for your production structure. I think it would sound so good. I want to hear a little bit more at the end here. I know you got to run. Because I love these movements right here. I would love a really, really clean type double on the vocal right there. That to me was what I'm looking for. Because man, y'all sound awesome. I mean, it's grungy, it's nasty, it's all those things you want it to be. Yeah, it's such a good structure. Like the song structure is so interesting. You have great movement. Great like chromatic walks in there as well. Remember me, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I need everybody to please show some love and support to Marcus Gunner. I mean, the fact that this is your first record. What's up, G-Trail? What's up, dude? The fact that this is your first record with this band and with this kind of a structure, for me, this is all about just leaning into the stylistic decisions that you want to make. It's just leaning into like, where do you want the band's direction to go? And whatever choice you make, I know is going to be the right one. You can lean into it. But I would love to just set this in an era and make it really consistent. Actually, you know what I mean? You know what I want you to listen to? Thank you so much for the roses, G-Trail. I appreciate you so much, man. That's the legend right there. That's the family. I want you to listen to. We've been great. I've been great, man. I mean, life is crazy, but it's been pretty good, man. I want you to listen to Joe, DJO. Listen to Joe, like listen to his most recent album. And the reason why I want you to is because he is an artist that is doing phenomenally well right now. Huge sold out tours. They're doing festivals. DJO, just like that. And if you've heard their stuff before, you know. If you haven't, they have some really, 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 huge songs with, hundreds of millions of streams and a lot of smaller stuff too. What you're going to like about listening to their stuff is the amount of variety that they have. It's Joe. Joe is his actual name, but he just spells it differently. But it's Joe from Stranger Things. But he has a band and they make some great music. Really, like not even their popular stuff. I actually don't like their popular stuff nearly as much as a lot of the other stuff. But if you listen to their most recent album, you're going to hear some like really dry, dead, like 60s stuff. Really dry stuff. And you're also going to, this is like a lot of what the Beatles did too, where they would have some like really strict, dead, dry stuff. And they also would have some really heavy hitting rock stuff. And I think what you'll listen, if you just listen to the album through and you get like some 80s synth stuff, you get some dry stuff, you get some 90s rock stuff. If you listen to the spread of that album, I hope will feel some freedom to experiment more and not feel like you have to be stuck. Like you don't have to lean into like, this is our genre, this is it. But you can use your tools and your sound sound and your voice as just the core of your music and branch out from there. That's one of the things I really appreciate about Joe's music is it crosses a pretty large spectrum of styles of like rock and pop from that era and from a couple different decades. And they're all executed amazing and they all sound good and they all work well for the band. And so you don't have to feel like you're too locked in or too stuck. You have a core sound, a core identity as a band and as an artist, and you branch from there, utilizing that core sound of grungy guitars, really nice stacked doubled vocals, acoustic drums, so on and so on, right? So use your core identity as just this is just kind of the hub of your sonics. And from there, feel some freedom to jump around a little bit and don't feel like you need to restrain yourself too much. Because I mean, you've got the talent to do a lot. Just keep that core identity. And if you have that core identity of your vocal and the sound design that you have, you're going to be in an amazing spot. And I'm not worried about it one bit. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. That's the family. Marcus, absolutely love what you do. It's raw. It's beautiful. It's organic. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for the generosity, man. I appreciate it more than you know. Everybody go show some love to Marcus Gunner. Follow them. And then keep an eye and an ear out for Ivy Meyer. I like the name too. Lilia, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Keep an eye out for Ivy Meyer. It's a new band that's going to be coming your way. I can't wait to hear some of the more polished records that y'all are working on as well. It's so fun, man. So fun to see you branching out like that as well. But y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. We're going to keep it rolling. We're going to keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Let me double check. I need to double check. I just got an email that I need to double check about something here. So give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. And then Jesse, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here, Jesse, and we'll dig into your song next. So I've got is there 2 cases open here? What's going on? Let's see. Oh, beautiful. Fantastic. 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 Oh, I'm so excited. New Poly D's coming in. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. For those of you who don't know, this bad boy up here crapped out on me. And the inline distortion circuitry cut all my audio and new one's coming in. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. All right. Jesse's in the building. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for your submission. Let's dive into it. I wrote the song about a girl I was talking to that was so intimate and was telling me that she liked me. And at the same time was talking to another person. No, where's my brutal. I'm so sorry. Sorry for the sad piano too. That's cheesy. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Jesse, I don't know if I've heard your music before. If I haven't heard your music before, let me know. Let me know some details. Talk to me about, yeah, I'm just like, oh man, shit, that's terrible. That's terrible. Thank you so much for the submission. Let's get into some details. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music. So talk to me about production, talk to me about mix, talk to me about what I'm listening to right here. And let's run it. Let's run it. In fact, and then after the song, I'm going to go ahead and close up the line. After the song, I'm going to close up the line. Let's run it. Little McGee.
Maybe I was wrong, but I thought that I was enough.
Like those octaves.
I was like a puppet on a string, babe, wrapped around your finger. I was diving in head over heels for you.
Ooh. You produced all this, right? Produced, mix, master, sing? Hell yeah.
My common sense and my confidence, just look at where it's got me now.
Ooh, come on.
Ooh.
Come on.
I fall asleep and I dream of ways that I can go confront you now. Yeah. Two-timing, backstabber, honey.
Ooh, come on.
Thing I didn't spend all my money.
Is this out yet?
If I did, I'd be broken. More ways than one. Two-timing, backstabber, honey. Never had the guts to tell me you're sorry now. Now you left me broken.
What's up, Chris? Welcome in.
Inside you
Sounds good. We'll be here. Clean. This is clean as hell. Congrats, Chris. That's amazing. Sorry, just saw the message over there. Yeah, let me know if this is out yet.
It was too easy, that was the problem. Just a poor crazy girl leaving me with some drama. I'm seeing right through with my makeup mind. The good guy doesn't always get the girl. That's what
Yeah, Dijon, McGee vibes.
I sit up late at night, waiting for your reply. While you're too busy, cause you're talking to another guy.
Love the saturation. Come on. Come on, come on. Let's go. Y'all, please show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Drop TL if it's not working over here. It's usually a regional issue. Just go to Instagram, same name. You'll see the same link over there. Let me see how many I have on here because I probably need to close the line, to be honest with you. I think it's, I probably need to close the line to new submissions really quick. So let me see. I got 24 over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. I probably need to close the line after I finish this breakdown mostly. Or I'll go ahead and close it now. Okay, submissions are closed because it's getting a little crazy. Submissions are closed to new submissions. Just keep in mind, if you're already in line, especially on the consultation side, if you're already in line, you can still move around. You can still push yourself forward. So whether you're in the free line and you want to actually go, or you are on the consultation side and you want to go faster, so on and so on, those are still open. I won't take any new submissions now so it doesn't get too crazy. Anima's in a building. Is there really no other way to get good at melodies than transcribing hundreds of songs, also learning transcribing things like 5 years? I mean, one of the best ways to get good at melody is to try many different forms of building melody. Another thing I would say, this is Anima, they asked over on YouTube. The other thing that I think can be really helpful is just like open up a synth with an arpeggiator. And start playing a bunch of random notes within a scale on a randomized arpeggiator and print it. And then go back through that and you'll find some pockets that you really like. And part of what you'll do is start training your ear for where these different melody pockets hit, as opposed to just being like, I need to... And it's like you're having trouble like finding like interesting nuanced melodies. But if you randomize an arpeggiator on a particular instrument or like a plucky synth or something like that, print it, you can find some pockets in there and then you'll start to train your ear to like find these other kind of random interesting textures and stuff in there without having to formulate it yourself. You allow that to randomize for you and then chop from there. That can also be another, there'll be another way that you could build on that. But okay, let me know really quick too. So Jesse, for whatever reason, I think some of your messages are getting blocked by TikTok, which I hate. It's so annoying. Just with a yes or no, just in case it's not coming through because of another message or something like that, let me know if the song is out on platforms or if it's still unreleased. Let's see if a yes or no comes through. We'll try it out because I want to know if people can no. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank you. I just want to make sure that I know whether to send people and I mean, you might have other music out that of course let people know if you do, that way they can go support you, stream you, all that stuff. I want people to, I want you to be put on. Out July 21st. Is it already in distribution? Let me know. If TikTok's acting up, yes or no will work too. TikTok is annoying sometimes where they randomly block messages. But let's run it from the top. Let's get into some details. Austin's in the building. That still sounded better than 90% of mine. Yeah, I mean, Jesse, you're awesome. I mean, you're doing all this out. Okay, not yet. Okay. You're fantastic. Production structure is great. The sound design is interesting. The layers are done well. The thing that I tell people all the time when it comes to mixing, producing, and writing, especially if you are doing it all yourself, is just make sure everything is pointed in the same direction. That like the way that you're building sound design is complementary to the way that you're writing, that is complementary to the way that you build melody, that is complementary to the way that you balance and mix all of those elements. You want it all pointed in the same direction. You want them all complementary. You want them all collaborative, working together to make the record what it is. This is a fantastic example of that. The way that you wrote melody and built lyric structure is very complementary to the mixing elements and the processing and the effects that you have. And like all of this works really well together. Like there's nothing in here that feels dry, and that's what I like. Again, this is like a good example of similar to what I was talking about with the last song, where we're talking about like, I would love for all of these elements to kind of have the same mirrored process. Same thing with this, where I love that we have, you know, tight, dead, you know, almost like AJ Hall style drum breaks, but they're super, super tape saturated. You get all this crunch, all of these harmonics. You obviously have these chops and slides and reverses and octaves over your guitar structure so that your guitar kind of becomes your bass as well. You have all these beautiful textures there. Vocals are tight doubles, really, really tight, like plate reverb style stuff, right? Where you basically place that vocal straight into a plate or a tight room. And it becomes very, very, very short decay as well. So that vocal kind of sounds like it's like someone like right on the other side of the room or something like that. It's like there's a little bit distant from the mix, and all of that right there is done so well, but everything kind of mirrors that processing. It sounds really, yeah, so good. Let's run it back. Let's dive into some details here, but I love that. I love all of those little nuances. They all work together beautifully. Miles, shoot me a message anytime. Shoot me a message anytime, or anyone that you like. I mean, if you like, you know, Jesse's production, maybe they'd be willing to do, I don't know if you do production for a living or anything like that, but I'm sure they'd be willing to work. All right, let's run it. Like, I love all of this texture. The other thing that I love is on the left side of this mix, you have what I'm assuming. Okay, sick. Yeah, I got you. On the left side here, I'm assuming it probably is. I probably just have to go. A lot of times, if it's not someone I'm already following or have the follow built out or responded to, it'll be in requests, and I'm bad about checking requests. I'll try to double check over there too. I'm sure it's the right one. On the left side of this mix, one of the pads that you have, I'm pretty sure it's a sample, if I'm not mistaken, it's like a sample of your vocal, super, super stretched out. So you get this really like metallic ring and all of this artifact and all this warbling that's happening on the left side of the mix right here. Also complemented by some reverb that kind of sets it into space, but it's something that you recorded, it sounds like, or a sample you recorded, super, super, super stretched out. So you get this really, really long tail right there, and it gives you all this really interesting texture and movement on the left side of the mix that I absolutely love. It's great. All right, let me run it back from the top. 18's in the building. 18, let me know if you got a minute. I got you from the other day as well. Here's what I need to do. If you have a minute, let me know, and I'll get you back up in the line. UAD Lexicon? Dude, I love the texture right there. I love the texture. Thank you for the heart me as well. Thank you for the heart me. Let me see if I can get... But let me see if 18 can come in, because I'm gonna have to pull them from another session and get them up here. But I'll open up the line if that's possible. So you've just decayed it 100%. Is that what I'm hearing? Where it's just like decay at max, and you're just letting it kind of self-modulate kind of, and it's just pushing. I love it, man. I love it. I have a minute, but I have a newer version track. Okay, Leah, let me know. I have what you have from the other day. But what I'll do, if you can submit it now, I'm going to open up the line. Obviously, you already paid the other day. Unless you want to add to it, that's up to you. Completely up to you. I can bring in the other one. I'll just have to open the line and have you submit in the free line. And then I'll push you up myself. Completely up to you what you want to do. Completely up to you. But let me know. Let me know.
Fight it off. Maybe I was wrong, but
What's up, Kyle?
I thought that I was enough.
It has a little bit. Your voice has a little Zayn Malik vibes a little bit too. Magic's mom, welcome in. Welcome in. Hello to you as well. It has this like Zane texture to it that I really like. It's so good. It's so good. Okay, Aiton, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open up the line, submit what you want to add, and I'll boost it what you had yesterday. Okay. So I'm gonna open the line is closed currently, but I'm gonna pull you from the other day. So submit whatever you want to add as low as you want to. Submit whatever you want to add, and then I'll boost you what you had the other day and put you at the top of the line, or wherever that would put it in the list. So I'm gonna open it up right now. I'll open up submissions right now, and then yeah, it's closed. I'm gonna open it. Give me a sec. Okay, it's open. Refresh really quick, and then try to submit it now. Whatever you want to add to the last one, and then it's open. It was closed before, so I just opened it back up. But yeah, it's got such a great texture. Let me go back to the song here really quick. Where'd it go? Focus. There it is. Yeah, all this texture is so good.
Fight it off. Maybe I was wrong, but I thought that I was enough. I was like a puppet on a string, babe, wrapped around your finger. I was diving in head over heels for you.
So good. All of this sounds, I mean, you have such a beautiful present forward vocal at the front of the mix right here. I really would not touch this too much. Every once in a while, and again, it's my ear. Everyone has different tastes for stuff like this. Every once in a while, I wish I got a little bit more like low mid presence out of your vocal, because there's such width and weight to the rest of the production. It's the only reason why I say that. Everything has this it's got a lot of energy to it. It's very, very wide. It's very, very open. You're getting these pops of energy everywhere in the mix. And so every once in a while, the vocal in contrast to that, contrast to me is like a little bit thin, not large form at all. It can sound a little bit thin, I think, in contrast. So it just doesn't, when everything kind of comes in, especially drums when they come in, it doesn't hold as much weight as a lot of the other elements there. And so I wish it maybe had a little bit, that kind of like 400 to 600 range, 400 to 700 hertz range, even just a little bit more warmth right there, I think could give you a little bit more drive out of the vocal, so it can just compete better in the mix. But I'm talking like nuanced, tiny little details, just to help it compete once bass and drums and all of those samples are in the play. That's where I think you could have a little bit more presence. But honestly, man, sonically, it sounds so cool. Just a hair, because you're getting some good weight from the rest of the production, but it's just in the vocals. And I just want it to be able to really hold its own and have as much weight as you want it to have in the mix. And that's one of the very, very few things that I could hear.
My common sense and my confidence, just look at where it's got me now.
Woo, come on.
Ooh,
I see you, Kyle. I see you.
I can go confront you now. Confront you now.
I got you.
Tell me you're sorry now. Now you left me broken. 'Cause it's not you.
Once these like slap delays come in, and the extra double comes in, you get a lot more weight. You get a lot more movement there. Although vocals weren't recorded with a metronome and off, just feel it and adds 100%. I would not change a thing about that. Wouldn't even touch it. Would not even touch it. This whole song is kind of built off of this off the grid swing. Everything's a little north of the pocket. Everything's a little bit north of it. So the drums have a couple milliseconds of swing to them. The hats and the snare are a little bit late. Even like the guitar samples, they're a good 10, 15, 20 milliseconds late. Maybe they start boom, 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 boom. Like maybe they move from the grid, but a lot of the extra particulars of it are really, really nuanced. Nothing on this is like quantized and on the grid outside of maybe some sound design you brought in over a sample or something like that. But everything's got this swing to it. So since everything's north of the pocket, if your vocal was grid, then it would feel like like energetic and anxious in a way in front. It would feel rushed like crazy. And if it was feeling super, super, super rushed, it would completely change the feel of the song. It would feel way too like fast and anxious, and it wouldn't feel like chill and moody and vibey anymore. So I love that you did not record it with a metronome. I love that most of this is off the grid. I think if it was, it would feel sterile. It would feel rigid. Now, I might say the opposite to the next song that we hear, right? But in this case in particular, I love that it's off the grid. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. I'm going to be on for probably another 2 or 3 hours. I'll be on for a minute today. I made the choice today. I've been working a lot the last couple days. So I try to finish up a bunch of projects and so I'm going to try to do a longer stream today and probably a longer stream tomorrow if I can as well. I'll have a busier schedule, I think Thursday and Friday as far as sessions and stuff. So I'm going to try to mitigate that a little bit. But today and tomorrow should be nice, like 4 or 5 hour streams if I can. But yeah, so I'll be on for a minute. So if you got to head out for a little bit, come back, chill for a bit, or whatever you want to do, I'll be here for a while. Okay, let's go a little bit deeper. But yeah, there's not a lot that I would change about this at all, Jesse. I think you're fantastic. I think your instincts for your production are really, really nice. I think your instincts are spot on. What you hear and then how you translate that into the DAW, I think is very polished. And by polished, I don't mean sterile and perfect. I just mean like, I think the best artists that I know, the best producers, the best musicians that I know, the idea translates really accurately to the DAW. For a lot of people, their biggest pain points in making music is they have an idea and there is a disconnect in translating it to what they actually hear. Timmy, thank you for the follow. I think that's most people's pain points. They hear their voice or like they hear their vocal idea, but they can't get their voice to sound like that. They have an idea for like a cool guitar sound, but they don't have the tools or the language or the actual ability maybe yet, the skill yet to translate it into the idea that you hear in the DAW. And obviously later on in the record. And so for me, this is you can tell that you have these ideas and you have a vocal texture you want to go for. You have a vocal aesthetic you want to go for, and you know the tools, no matter how much trial and error it took to get there, you know the tools to put on there, the plugins to put on there, the way to process to get the idea that you have in your head out. And you're doing it accurately. That's a superpower. That's what everyone should aim for. It's not because it can sterilize your music. It's not because you need to perfect everything. It's just the ability to get your creativity from your brain to the screen, and then obviously to the ears. And I think you've done that in a really beautiful, beautiful way. Okay, so let me go ahead. Now that I have Aiton in here, give me 2 seconds. And we're going to go back into the rest of the song here really quick. I'm going to close submissions again. Now that I got this in here ready to go. Yeah, I'm a fan, man. I got to make sure. Hold on real quick before. I'm gonna follow you back before I get off the stream here. I want to make sure that I'm in touch with what you're doing, man. I genuinely love your music, man. It sounds awesome. Okay, real quick, Aiton, I'm gonna add to yours. So give me just one moment here. I got you there. Boom. Okay. Yours should bump in just a second. I got you, Aiton. I'll refresh it once I'm done with this song, and then we'll open it up. Okay, let's run it. Yeah, all of that's like it's a little bit north of the pocket. All of that sounds fantastic. Okay, let's see here.
It was too easy, that was the problem. Just a poor crazy girl leaving me with some drama. I'm seeing right through with my naked mind. The good guy doesn't
Something here I'm
always
looking
get
for.
the girl, that's what I don't like. I sit up late at night, waiting for your reply. While you're too busy, cause you're talking to another guy.
Okay, here's the only thing that I would do. Really quick, let me see. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I do want to pull something up here really quick. I'm gonna pull up a Juno 106 because mine's not plugged in right now. The only thing so here's the last thing that I'm listening for, and again, all this from the perspective that you could put this out as is, and it's beautiful, and I think people will love it. The song is good. That matters more than anything. I do feel like dynamically we're so consistent in register and sound design and production between second verse and hook that the translation or the transition between those two parts right there are so consistent that it kind of just gets lost. And we spend a lot of time on the last half of the song at that same dynamic. I would love one new element to come in as a chord that fills out the middle of the mix right there. I think a Juno would sound something kind of brassy and soft. I'm gonna pull up a Juno just real quick, and I'll show you what I'm imagining. Feel free to ignore it and put it out as is. Like these are stylistic decisions. These are personal creative decisions. Feel free to take this and run with it, and or just completely ignore it and be like, nah, I like what I have here. But here's what I'm hearing is I just need in my brain, again, the way that my brain works, I need something to stair step the dynamics right there because it's so consistent from there to there that the energy doesn't change at all. Like verse to hook just sounds like a really even dynamic. And so nothing kind of jumps as like the climax of the song in this last hook. And I would love to just fill out a little bit of warmth there. I think would be nice. So we don't need all that crazy reverb. I mean, I already kind of like with the studio, I listen to a bunch of different music. I'm just going to bring down and let's go up our octave again. This is in C major, if I'm hearing correctly. So that'll be. Bring down some of this little slower decay so it wafts a little bit more. Oh, come on. God, I love synth so much. Okay, now that we have a little bit more resonance, I'm going to bring down the envelope feed real quick. We're just going to darken this. Yeah, nice little, I'm going to bring up the resonance, lower frequency, and let's give it a lower sustain. So the lower sustain is going to get this envelope to fold a little bit quicker. We're almost there. We're almost there. Maybe a little bit less resonance. That. Okay, we'll start there. We'll start there. And then we have the Studio D. And since we have the Studio D, I'm going to go to a faster modulation chorus. So the second circuitry on the Juno is a little bit faster, which actually, that's this little guy. I need to move this to the top because I have the D50 coming in soon. But the second circuitry is a little bit faster, so I like it. I might have two choruses on there. So now we have, it's a subtle difference, but the faster modulation on the second one, it just gives us more texture and more energy. So that being said, I'm going to bring down the volume here real quick. So let me bring down the VCA. And I'm just going to put it under what you have going into your second chorus here. So.
Just a poor crazy girl leaving me with some drama. I'm seeing through the makeup.
Beautiful. So hear this dynamic. So here, add. You could probably. Hold on. Let's do one other thing here real quick. Let's bring up the VCA. Having a follow line that maybe matches the bass. What's so slim? So if you did here, 7th. 1/3, 4. Something in that vein. So let's hear this little breakdown here again. I'm going to turn it up a little bit to make it more obvious, but obviously you could tuck this into the mix. Something similar. a Juno Jupiter style synth, right? Where you're going to get some of this like analog texture. You're going to get a filter that has a little wow to it, right? So there's, the decay and the release is a little bit shorter. So you get this as opposed to everything being really straightforward. A little bit of texture here. So I'm going to back it up a little bit and then I'll play that melody because I like that too. Just do the seventh. You could keep it super, super simple and just have the seventh there. No other melodies. But the difference to me of just the warmth, you could have that way quieter. You could layer that with a piano. There's so many different ways that you could layer that and change its response in the mix, so on and so on. But to me, it's just that little bit of like warmth because again, we got bass taken care of, sampling taken care of. High end is crispy and punchy. Vocals are gorgeous. They're beautiful. That's so cool. I would like to go with a crazier sound design because I want to feel like anxiety. Yeah, I mean, yeah. To me, it's more, that's what I was saying, like literally do whatever makes sense for you, right? Take the idea, I did it sound so much, let's go Manifesto, let's go. The idea and apply your identity to it. That's because I love your sampling. I love the weird stuff that you have in your music. So take the idea of basically the middle of this mix with some chordal structure needs to warm up so that it's not too hollowed out. It's not just bright and thick, but it actually has some texture and some character in the middle of the mix. How you do that is I want you to do that exactly how it makes sense for you because your sound design is very interesting. It's very engaging. There's a lot of movement. It's quirkier. It's granular. Like this is very 80s. It's very 80s Juno synth, right? That's the stuff that I work on all the time. So that's my core sound design there. Do that idea however it makes sense in your song, and it's gonna be in such a different world. It's such a different world. Like I cannot wait to hear this finalized because it already sounds absolutely fantastic. Absolutely, like I'm obsessed with your sound design. I think your sampling is so interesting. It's so engaging to listen to. Such a huge fan, man. Y'all please show some love. WGS, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Man, please show some love. Same, dude. Same. I'm obsessed. Please show some love to Jesse. Is it Wadsworth right here in the building? If you have other music that is out, please show people where to go. You have not, Sammy. You have not. Please let people know where they can find you, man. You're beautifully, beautifully talented, man. Like I love your sound design. I think it's so fantastic, man. So fantastic. So let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Give me 1 second to refresh here really quick. But man, huge shout out to the family. Okay, Aiton, you are, I have you with your last submission on there as well. Give me 1 second to go to that day really quick to finalize the other one so that doesn't say that it's still open. So give me just one moment to do that. And then right now that puts you second in line because y'all are both in a 30 there currently. Let me double check something. Hey, you as well, man. Appreciate you more than you know. Thank you so much for hopping in today, man. Appreciate it. Let me see. This would have been 2 lives ago. Give me 1 second to open this one up and confirm. Oh, wait, hold on. Does that sound right? Oh, wait, no, 15. I thought it was 20. Okay, I just double checked. So actually, I got to make sure I get everything in the right spot. Sent in 10, 15. So you have 25. You have 25 on there. Okay, let me refresh that. I think that keeps you in the same spot. Yeah, that keeps you in the same spot. But it just is. Right now we got raining and 30 at the top, and then you're at 25 below that. Just so everyone kind of knows where you're at, because I know sometimes it doesn't change it. But I want to make sure that I got the right amount up there. And then let me clear this one. Boom. Beautiful, beautiful. Fabulous, fabulous. Okay. Sumi's in a bit. What's up, Sumi? What's up? What's up? It's good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. It's been a minute. All right, we got rating in DC in the building. So let me see where I'm at. So everything should be closed up now. Everything should be closed up now. Let's keep it rolling. I'm going to try to move it at a little bit of a faster pace too. I know I'm taking a long time, which I love to do, but I want to get through more of y'all's music. So I'm going to try to, although I love digging into all of the details forever, I'm going to try to be a little bit more concise if my brain will let me. And do me a huge favor, y'all. Make sure y'all are liking the live, share out the live. Don't forget to tap the screen, repost, stuff like that. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. This is Raining in DC. The song is called Let Go. As mentioned, the beat is AI, mainly looking for feedback on lyrics, cadence, and if my old UK voice works on this type of track. Okay, so the vocal is yours. But the because I know you're talking about your old UK voice in here. Let's go. But the beat you generated. All right, let's run it. This is Let Go.
I can feel the pain. I think it's all up in my mind. Tired of your games, a shame I miss this shit.
Well, that this vocal is generated too.
Becoming someone I don't even know. I held on so long, but I'm longing to let go. You love
but yeah, we'll focus on lyric structure.
Comfort. I don't think you love the man. I love you through the damage, even knowing where we stand.
I do, Jen. We're closed for today, but I will be live again tomorrow afternoon, so just make sure you're following.
I held on so long, but I'm longing to let go, yeah. Got a million little reasons running laps inside my head. Every silence feels louder than the words we never said. When you smile, I still question if it's real or just routine. You're laying next to me, but somehow further than you've been. Maybe I'm too hard to love, maybe I asked for too much. Maybe every time you held me, you were slowly losing touch. I replay every argument, every look, every side, trying to find the exact second where forever learned to die. Now I'm reading every message like the truth is in the spaces, looking for a hidden meaning in the pauses and the phrases. You say you're just tired, but my head won't let it breathe. It turns every little distance into reasons you should leave. Now my mind starts racing, different cadence, different pace, overthinking every movement, every heartbeat, every face. Maybe you've been faking, maybe I've been breaking. Maybe all the love was borrowed. Maybe every see you later had the shape of no tomorrow. Maybe every kiss was pity, every hug was just for show. Maybe you've been letting go for longer than I'll ever know. Now I'm spiraling in circles, every thought becomes another, trying to save a sinking ship while I'm drowning undercover. If love really leaves in pieces, I was blind to every part, cause the person that I'm losing now ain't you, it's who you were inside my heart. I can feel the pain, I think it's all up in my mind. Tired of your games, a shame I miss this shit when it's not mine. I spent years becoming someone I don't even know. I held on so long, but I'm longing to let go. You love me for the comfort, I don't think you love the man. I love you through the damage, even knowing where we stand. Maybe love ain't what we had, maybe we just feared alone. I held on so long, but I'm longing to let go. We don't laugh the way we used to, now the room just holds the sound. Funny how two people drift and still can sleep on common ground. Started speaking through a habit, stopped believing what we said. Now we're lying next to strangers with the memories instead. I still reach across the mattress when I'm waking in the night.
What did you do with the vocals? Did you like record your own vocals and then run it through Suno? Or is it just written and then completely generated by Suno? Let me know.
With nothing left to accuse, there ain't another person, there ain't somebody to blame, just two people holding ashes, still calling it a flame. Now my thoughts start speeding, can't slow the cycle, can't escape it. Every sentence gets dissected, every memory gets weighted. Was it me? Was it distance? Was it all the little differences? Did I miss the warning sounds while I was chasing all the fixes? Did I love you too much? Did I not love you enough? Did the weight that I was carrying just become too fucking much? Now I'm fighting with myself while I'm begging you to stay, trying to win a losing battle that was over yesterday. If I'm honest, I'm not scared of
got you.
up here on my own.
That's where you're getting the artifact and the aliasing and stuff like that.
I start feeling like you're home.
But there's some parts that have a more natural cadence to it. That's why I was curious if you recorded your vocal into it with the lyrics and then Suno made the end result. It makes sense, because you're getting like a little bit of both.
I spent years becoming someone I don't even know. I held on so long, but I'm longing to let go. You love me for the comfort, I don't think you love the man. I love you through the damage, even
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Let's Let Go by Raining in DC. Let's run it from the top. Let's run it from the top. Like you said, let's focus on like lyric structure and cadence and stuff like that. The main thing I want to focus on, obviously, because there's more freedom to experiment with phrasing and cadence and stuff like that in your verses, especially with a rap verse, where you're able to have a little bit more movement because you're setting up a lot of context lyrically and kind of structure-wise there. On the hook, though, I do think it's really, really beneficial to really tighten up that structure and make it clean, make it concise, make sure there's repetition of not only lyric as you go through the hook, but also repetition of melody and phrasing. That to me is probably one of the most important parts I want to focus on and really dig into, because most of the structure of the song I think works. Well, it's a little bit longer. You're 4.5 minutes, so on and so on. You could, depending on how you want to go about this song, you could probably do a radio edit if you wanted to, and maybe cut the last verse or restructure to end on your third hook instead of going back through again. Just because it does end up getting long, and the thing is, like, dynamically, it's really consistent. This is also one of the hard things about you generating music is your ability to control small, minute changes in dynamic and sound design over the long term of the song is a little bit more challenging. So you'll hear the exact same drum loop, the exact same production structure. Let me be fair, this also happens with non-generated music, where people get a splice sample of the drums and they don't touch it. And they do that, 18 times over the song. And your brain, when it has a lot of really consistent repetition and consistent pattern, it starts out locking it in, and then it starts to tune it out. So when you hear like early repetition of something, it's like, oh, this is something I should remember. You hear the repetition, that pattern recognition kicks in, and the brain latches onto it. But if you hear that for 4 minutes of the exact same drum loop, exact same synth part, exact same melody structure, whatever it may be, whether generated or not, your brain will just slowly start to tune that information out, and it'll become forgettable, even if it sounds cool. So one of the things I want to focus on is making sure your hook has the repetition, but maybe there's some ways that, depending on how you structure this, some ways that you can make some small changes on, like adding a cello or something on the last hook. So keep your main production structure where you want it, but then on the last hook, add a cello melody underneath the vocal line. So there's a small little piece of new information that kicks in, and that just wakes up the brain. It gives it a little bit of a trigger that there's new information worth listening to, so the song doesn't feel too looped, especially for 4.5 minutes, and or cut it down to a radio edit that's like 2 minutes and 45 seconds. 3 minutes feels a little bit sharper. But let's run it from the top. So I mainly want to talk about hook structure and lyrics and melody there. I think that'd be the most beneficial, and then we'll move to A10 in the chat. So let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. This is Let Go by Raining in DC. Thank you so much for the submission. I appreciate it so much. Let's dive in.
Tired of your games, a shame I miss this shit when it's not mine. I spent years becoming someone I don't even know. I held on so long, but I'm longing to let go. You love me for the comfort, I don't think you love the man. I love you.
Sounds good, Vadis. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for tapping in. All right, let me get into this hook. Let's find out where the hook sits.
Yeah. You smile, I still question if it's real or just routine. You're laying next to me, but see argument every look, every side. Looking for a hidden meaning in the mind starts race. I was borrowed, maybe every see you later had the shape and no tomorrow. Maybe I'll never know. Now I'm drowning under. Can feel the pain. I think it's all up in my mind. Tired of your games, a shame I miss this shit when it's not mine. I spent years becoming so.
Okay, so here's what I'm listening for. There's a lot of different ways to write hooks. The ones that stick the most have more elements of consistency in the structure, right? So what you'll hear is the initial first melody, great. Nice and repetitive, it's locked in. Second melody starts the same, but then completely changes melody structure and rhythm of kind of the same thing at the end. And then it goes into like 3 or 4 different melody changes after that. So 4 kind of like, a pop, this has a pop hook, essentially, a pop feature hook and then a rap verse. On a pop hook like this, a pop R&B hook like this, or whatever, however you want to, qualify it. Having that consistency is so important. That's where I want to dig in. So this early melody for me, I would have the same. If you can edit lyric structure to make it a little bit more consistent, that'd be really nice. And then when you go into these third melodies, which we'll dive into, we'll hone in on this. When you go into the third, fourth melodies, more consistency there would be really helpful as well. So this song. Let me see here. Let me back this up here. So it's a B flat minor. all the time. To the, you know, 6 minor. And then back. Okay, let's back this up here.
Drowning undercover, I'm losing now, ain't you, it's who you were inside my heart. I can feel the pain, I think it's all up in my mind.
So like, I want to hear that again. And like a little bit more consistent melody structure. What you'll hear is the second time, the ending result there is not even just a small change of melody is fine, right? Small changes are completely fine. What happens is, and then the rhythm also jumps pretty far away from the original, right? So we'll hear that first part. Starts the same. Which is fine. I mean, again, these are not specifically negative parts of it. They change the way that the experience, that the listener is going to experience it. So what I would love to hear is a small change, but it's only like a note, but the main melody and phrasing is the same. So, and then we can go into a secondary melody. This would be like an A-A-B-A songwriting structure where it's like 2 of the A's, we go into a B, and then we go back to the A potentially so that it feels really, really consistent. Okay, so now let's get into the secondary section here really quick. Sebi, I got you. Appreciate you. Okay, so this is exactly what I'm talking about. So let me back it up here. Every time. It's not mine. I spent years becoming someone I don't even know. I held on so long, but I'm longing to let go. There's a bunch of different melodies there. And then it kind of keeps going into a whole other new set of melodies, right? So here's what I want to hear, right? We have this trying to save a simple game. It's a shame I missed this shit, but I don't think you love the man. So I kind of want to hear. Oops, don't do that. You hear how it goes back to the original melody? So I'll play it again because I'm still kind of figuring it out on my own, not knowing these melodies and chords. So going back through it, what you'll hear is 2 of the same melody, or really close, 2 of the same melody, a shift away from the melody, back to the same melody again. And that makes it feel like a real complete hook, right? Where you really are grabbing people with that repetition, even though there is still small changes in there. The changes aren't so dramatic in melody and lyric and rhythm that it's too hard for people to grab onto, right? It's like it just won't stick. They might like the way it sounds, but then they won't remember it. And so to me, I want to try to make sure that that hook is in a place where people remember it a little bit more. It's a bit more memorable. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. This is just a hobby. I enjoy writing. I'm 40 and focus is on my kids. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. There's nothing wrong with that. This is super educational, not just on my song. I'm so glad to hear it. That's the way that we formatted this live, was hopefully that it's engaging and it's interesting and it's educational for anybody that might be interested in that process. So once again, last time, and then I'll move into just, the last little, or maybe we can even move on to the next song, because this is the main songwriting structure that I want to talk about, that I think would be the most beneficial for you to just kind of keep in mind as you're making the music that you're making, as you're writing, when you're thinking about syllable counts, you're thinking about the way that you like build your poems and your lyrics and stuff like that. Is something to just kind of keep in mind. Keep in mind the kind of structure of it. And what I'm talking about here is that AABA, or you could do it AABB. Doesn't mean that there's not changes in that, but they're very, very similar. So again, almost exactly the same. That's different. Back to it's maybe small change there, but it kind of goes back into the original one. Now that melody is sticky. super sticky. Like, it's so catchy because you're going to hear that exact melody, and then you don't even need to double the hook, right? You don't even have to like have an extra hook with extra lyrics. That's where it gets like really long form. It gets really windy right there, or like long-winded right there, where it's like the hook has a lot of different lyrics and it changes a little bit each time. The verses are long. There's a lot of different lyrics. It's going to be hard, even as a hobby. It's going to be hard for people to latch onto it. So if you can make the hook more concise, more consistent in your melody and your phrasing, and just, all of those different elements of how you build out the song right there, it's going to completely change the way that people approach your music, the way that they perceive it. Y'all please show some love. That's the biggest thing I would focus on is the songwriting structure and the way that how consistently you build melody, how consistently you build in those patterns of, obviously melodies and harmonies, but also rhythm and phrasing and stuff like that as well. But y'all please show some love, man. Please show some love. Jake Stevens, welcome in. I appreciate y'all being here. Anyone that's interested in submitting, we are closed for today. The line is closed, but we will be live again tomorrow. So if you would like to submit, just make sure that you're following. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok. Most of our platforms here on TikTok, of course, though. But if you would like to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. But we are closed up for today. We still have a large handful of tracks we got to get through today. Still, I'll be on for another couple hours. So feel free to hang out, listen to some great music, hopefully get some knowledge, network, ask questions, like stuff like that. We're going to be on for the next couple hours, so feel free to hang out. We just aren't taking any new submissions, currently speaking. Sebi, I did get your push. I appreciate you so much. So let's keep going through the music. Let me see really quick. Raining in DC. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for tapping in today. I appreciate your generosity and your submission. Thank you for doing that. We got A10 in the building. A10, hop in the chat. I see you a little bit up there. If you're feeling old, I'm way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. A10's another beast of a producer in here. We got some great producers in here today. Changed the arrangement slightly, simplified it, added a pad. I think I might have more space for a top line now. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Is that a Mellotron? Like a tape loop in the background? Nice. I like that. It's got that nice little tape warble in it. Nice. Is it like the Arturia A-B, so you're blending between the A and B? I like it. Some bit crushed texture in the background. I like it. Nice. That's awesome. I love that texture. It's crunchy. Drums sound nice and mellow, really organic. I am Flames, welcome in, good to see you. Appreciate y'all tapping in today. Piano's following that triplet really nice, nice chorus. Plenty of space for a top line, like you said. Yeah, it does have a lot of that sub. Love this piano. Yeah, piano and organ are beautiful. Let's go. I'm liking the direction you're heading with this. Y'all, show some love. Show some of good vibes in the building. Welcome in. Appreciate y'all so much. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, repost, send in your harmony. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit, but let's keep it rolling, man. Let's keep it rolling, keep it rolling. Let's run it from the top. I've heard the song a couple times before, so we're going to dive into just largely speaking some of the changes in the background here. So this one will probably move a little bit faster too, just because the vast majority of the sounds and the progression I've heard before, and we've talked about it. Is it Neptune? Thank you so much for happening. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you joining the stream. We're closed for today, but we're going to be live again tomorrow, so just make sure that you're following. Hopefully another 4 or 5 hour live tomorrow afternoon as well, so definitely tap in. But let's run it. Let's run it from the top. This is the family, 810 Music Productions, right here in the building. I need to go and fix something. When would you suggest I return? Well, you're right after this one, Sebi. You're right after this one. So in like 10 minutes, you're up. Neptune, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You're right after this one. And I don't know what it looks like on the user side, because I have the host side on my end for Oxcord. I don't know what it looks like on y'all's end for you to like change the file. I'm not positive. If you need to change something, let me know, and maybe I can like open up the line again for you to submit for free, or something like that. Yeah. I just don't know how you'll be able to update it. I don't know how you'll be able to update your file. I'll try to figure something out, but maybe I can let you go in for free, and then I'll listen to that track or something like that, and then reclose the line. I'll see if it'll let you do that. I'm just not positive. We'll try to figure it out. But let's run it from the top, man. That's the family. It's the family. 810 Music Productions. Glass Raindrops. Let's run it. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Oh, I thought you meant fix something in the track, so I wanted to make sure if that was what you were talking about. I got you the opportunity to do that. You know what could be cool? I'm just going to talk, I know you and your revisions. 810. You know what could be nice is an upright bass right here, or like a fretless. Dum, 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 dum. Like just like little, like maybe like a fretless bass. Something's got some like chorus to it. Scars by Tom McDonald. No, I do not know Scars by Tom McDonald. Hey, sounds good, Miles. Appreciate you so much, brother. Thank you so much for tapping in today, man. I appreciate it. What could sound nice? Like I'm just hearing the texture of the drums. I'm hearing the natural like tape movement in the background. I'm hearing the warble. It does sound really, really good. I can't remember if it's ample. I think because here's what I'm hearing is like everything sounds super like really natural and really clean, right? I love the tape loop in the background with the mellotron, the blending right there. I think is nice. Everything feels kind of crushed. I think having a bass that's not sounds good. Sounds good. I got you. Something that's not too perfect or too pristine or too on the nose. And I really like the weight of the bass that you have right now. I really do. I love the weight of the bass that you have. I think it sounds fantastic. It sounds really, really nice. But it feels to me with the swing and the saturation and the movement of everything else in the track, I don't want anything that's too locked in, right? Dun, bum, bum, bum. Like I would love something that's like has a little bit more modulation, a little bit more bend to it, which is kind of why I feel like potentially you could try. Here's what you should do, 810, just for the hell of it. Duplicate your MIDI down on another track. Just copy your MIDI down from that bass, from the bass you already have in there. Copy it down to another track, mute the other track, and then just add an upright bass to that track, and then just go A-B between the two and see if you like it. That's the easiest way to do it. You don't have to like recreate or replay anything. Just add exactly the MIDI that you have and switch it out and change it, duplicate it down and change it for an upright or a fretless maybe. Fretless could be cool because you're going to get some interesting slides in there. But regardless, I think that texture would be interesting because it's not too perfect. It's not too punchy and drivey and a really like soft, really like vintage feel, a bit crushed, old downsampled feel to a lot of the rest of this track here. It's a little more lo-fi. I'd be interested. To hear how that would work. Anyways, just an idea, throwing it out there. Because all of this is super warm. And the bass feels it sounds weighty and it sounds really good. I don't want you to think it sounds bad in any sense at all, but it's a little on the nose. That's what I'm looking at. is nice. I mean, your bass lines are so good. Your walk-ups are so good. So like what you have here, beautiful. I'm a big fan, big fan. The addition of the mellotron in the background and a lot of the kind of downsampling you're doing, to me, is one of the biggest improvements to this, because it just makes the mix feel. You also switched out snare, I believe, as well. I think you went back to acrostic, which we had talked about a little bit. I like that. I like the way that feels, and those earlier parts of the song as well. But it gives the whole mix this crunch and this texture that I think is really, really nice to listen to. Organ is beautiful here. Piano line is beautiful. Love that crunch. Yeah, different drums. I like these drums. And some different texture on the piano too. I think that's been switched up a little bit as well. These breaks are beautiful. Beautiful. If you haven't already, I'd bring an organ right there as well. You don't have to get too gospel with it, but it could be nice to and then swipe out right there. Just a little bit, you know, palm swipe in and then swipe out of it for a second here on those breaks right there. Give those some weight, give those some punch, and then you can leave it for the rest of the verse. If you don't want a bunch of organ in there and you want to hold it for the hook so that the top line can really hold that space, then definitely keep that texture there. But it could be nice to you palm swipe into a quick little organ movement right there where you get some texture, you get some punch from that. Fill up the middle of the mix on the break, on the walk down right there, and then walk it out. Piano is very similar. Took out the Rhodes. Okay, that's where that space is coming from. Yeah, I like it. I can appreciate it. Is it ice? Am I saying that correctly? Or East? I want to make sure that I get it correct. But thank you so much for tapping in over on Twitch. I appreciate you being here. We are closed for today, but I will be live again tomorrow afternoon. So if you want to submit your music, just make sure that you're following. Ice. Okay, got you. I appreciate you for tapping in. Welcome in. But I'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. I'm Central Time, so that's, say maybe around 2 p.m. Central-ish. I'll be live again tomorrow, and hopefully we'll open up the lines. We'll get a bunch more fresh music in here. I would love to hear what you got. I like that ride. A lot of the percussion feels a lot drier. I love a dry. So I just sold one of my cymbals. It's an old Turkish cymbal. It's a T cymbal, but it's a super dry, big, like 22-inch ride. That's what it reminds me of. It's like really dry, really dead, where it resolves and decays really, really quickly. So you get a lot of like natural turnover from it. It's not like building up too much, like another more like pingy, like an A custom or something like that, where it's going to have a lot of resolve and a lot of wash. In this case, it's like it dies pretty quickly. And I like that about this particular drum because it allows a lot more space for vocals, like we talked about, a top line. It leaves some space for those pianos and organs and stuff like that to fill out. Add the hat floor pedal pan to left. Yeah, I think the percussion is really taking a turn into a space that I think sounds really nice. Right, hat is perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Just that little texture right there. So much better. Keep that right where it's at. That's the perfect little element of texture. I honestly didn't even notice it was there, but it does what it's supposed to do. I didn't even notice that it was this major element that is additive to the mix. But what it did is it rebalanced everything for me to the point where I just didn't even notice that anything was standing out as needing more help or anything like that. It adds such a balance to the ride that I think is perfect. I wouldn't change that at all. It's very transparent. Perfect. Organ and piano is perfect. Some of these elements you can print, lock them in. I love the tone of the piano. I think the organ sounds absolutely beautiful. Percussion on the left there is awesome. Yeah, I can hear how the bass feels a bit pointed to me, a bit dun, 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 it feels like really, really isolated to the point where I lose a little bit of that natural feel, especially mainly in your I got to refrain. It's a very dangerous thing to say to a producer. There is no lock. We still have at least 14 other revisions we can get through on this song. Lock is a very dangerous word for producers. Print, lock, whatever. That's 5 letters, but it's close enough. But the bass here is where it does feel a little pointed to me. I think your lower dynamic moments are where I feel that the most. Now, when we go into the hook, things bloom a little bit more. They open up a little bit more. That bass can have a bit more weight to it, and I don't think I notice it as much. The lower dynamic, like verses in this, what we'll call a bridge, these lower dynamic moments, the heaviness of that bass and the weight that it carries as a finger bass, to me, I get more out of that when it's in a lower dynamic moment. And that's where I wish there was maybe a slightly different bass structure there. Like I said, maybe an upright, maybe a fretless, or maybe just a different articulation of the bass, like a different mode of the bass that feels maybe not nearly as punchy and as drivey and as heavy. I do think that could be beneficial. Once the hook opens up, it fills that in a way that I really like. But I think on these lower dynamic moments, I'm getting that kind of 808 sub-bassy heaviness that to me doesn't complement the lightness of the rest of the production like maybe it does a little bit more on the hook. Chords are so beautiful. Obsessed with this piano. So good. Great space for a hook here. Bring it back in. Doom, doo, doo, doo. Vocal comes in, double hook. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. D Busy's in the building. What's up, D Busy? Yeah, the lead into the last hook right there, I think, is absolutely amazing. Y'all show some love to the family. Show some love. Aiton, you know I love and adore what you do. I think you're fantastic, man. This is the best version that I've heard so far. This version to me feels the most like a record, like a song. I can hear the vocal. I layered the bass with the sub. That might be it then. That's probably what it is then. So exactly. I think you're spot on. I think maybe verses and bridge, pull out the sub and just focus on the finger bass that you have. Let that live in its space, and then you can add the weight underneath it going into the hook. That makes perfect sense that you had a sub on there. That puts all the dots, that connects all the dots in my mind right there of kind of what I was hearing. So that makes sense. I think for me, this is the most of a song that I've heard as far as in this version, where I can hear a vocal. There's space for a vocal. It's not too busy. It's not too noisy. There's good support on the percussion and the bass side. Piano, like the chord structure, I think is fantastic. There's plenty of room for a vocal to live on top of this, man. Probably the best that I've heard in this particular song that you've sent in, man. It's so well done. Y'all, please show some love to the family. I love it, man. I'm such a fan. It sounds fantastic. It really does. Sounds absolutely, absolutely fantastic. Y'all, that is Glass Raindrops by Aiton. If you're looking for a producer, look no further. He's amazing. It's good people right there. Please reach out to Aiton, pay him money for productions, whatever you want to do. He's really, really talented. Very, very talented. I know he's always, whether or not you're like buying productions or anything like that, he is always looking for artists. He's always looking for vocalists to get on his production. So if you are a singer, you're a rapper, you're a vocalist, you're a songwriter, reach out to Aiton and make something happen. Let's keep it rolling. We got Sebi in the building. Sebi Viola, hop in the chat. We got Dim Delights. It's out on Spotify. Let me pull it up right now. Let's get into it. We're not wasting any time. It's here. Just for the record, mixed this myself, and I'm not an engineer. Didn't have the funds for a pro mix. I love it. I'm a fan. We got a raw record here. Let's dive in. This is our last couple, I think our last like 6 or 7 songs, y'all, and they're going to be live again tomorrow. So definitely make sure that y'all stay tapped in. Make sure that you're following on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. This is Dim Delights by Sebi Viola. Is it Viola or Viola? I just want to make sure that I say it right. I want to respect y'all's names. Sebi Viola or Viola. I want to make sure I get it correct. But let's get into it. This is on Spotify. So go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go show it some love and support. Let's run it. And talk to me about the production. Yeah, oh, I prefer. Okay, I'll try to get it right.
My homies bringing up your name and cost me major pain. Yeah. Although I'm not a fool for letting you get away. You ask me why I always gotta go again. It's great.
Cool feel.
Cause I don't really mess with nothing that they contemplate.
Ramsey, thank you for the follow.
I'ma blow these candles out and I'ma show you what I'm about. Show you what I'm about. Show you what I'm about. I'ma go ahead and dim the lights down low. When you far from home, I'll be your room. Yeah. Nothing's set in stone. I can stir a room for you. We can move mountains with wind. We can move mountains with wind. Yeah. Got so many layers that I want to own. I wanna peel the layers. Peel.
What's up, Sam? Welcome in. How you feeling today? Did you produce this, Sebi?
The girl's bringing up my name, but I don't think it's the same. Yeah. When you talk, it sticks just
Nice.
like a band-aid. Feelings don't go away just 'cause you're talking about the rules. Come over so we can fix a thing or two.
Let's go. I know a couple people that have the mic and they love it.
Because the wound is something
I'm doing well,
you
doing
can
well.
quickly turn into. I'ma blow these candles out and I'ma show you what I'm about.
Welcome in, welcome in. Vibey.
Show you what I'm about.
Welcome from Italy. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stream.
Lights down low. When you far from home, I'll be your room.
Vibey. Vibey.
Nothing said in stone. I can stir a room.
I'm glad you're here. Welcome in.
Hey, we can move mountains with wind. We can move mountains with wind. Yeah.
Great voice. Great voice.
So many layers that I own. I wanna
Nice.
feel the layers.
Nice for a fourth the price, third the price. You could get an XLS or an XL2 for like $700 now, but it's a half the price of that maybe. Nice little auto pan, little movement here. Beautiful. Come on. Yo, show some love. Show some love. Yeah, I've used 414 so many times. I used to use them. I had one that I sold a while back. I used it for a while and then I got rid of it. For drums, I used to use 414s, the C414s on toms. So I had them on my high and low toms. Ended up selling those to get, and then bought 421s. They are Swiss Army knife. They're great. I wanted more different things, so I ended up selling those. And with those, I bought a full set of MD421s that I now use on toms. And with the extra money, I think I bought like the Poly D or like some extra stuff. Like I'm always like buying and trading and selling depending on like what I use more often. So as soon as I'm not using something in the studio, I get rid of them and then buy other stuff that I use more often, so on and so on, which is what I actually am doing this week. I have a bunch of new instruments and a bunch of new gear coming into the studio this next week next week or two. And with that, it's all because I've just like bought, sold, traded, got rid of stuff. Like someone gave me something, I got rid of it. I traded for two things, sold both of those things, like whatever. Always doing stuff like that. I never tried them on the bottom. I had the 414s at the top and or the MD421s on the top. But I don't mic. I'll do snare top and bottom and then kick in and out if I need to. I don't too often. I haven't found it too necessary for me to do a lot of bottom for toms. RE20 on kick. I've never done an RE20 on for kick. The two different mics that I have for kick, I have a Beta 52A, the Shure Beta 52A, and then I also have a D112, the AKG D112. Those are the two that I kind of bounce between depending on kind of what I need. They're pretty similar. They're pretty similar, I feel like, but it just kind of depends on the drive that I need and just what tonally is feeling the best, depending on the drum set that I had set up. But yeah, it was either a D112 or a Beta 52. I mean, the Beta 52 is just so classic. Like it just does the job. To me, that's like my workhorse kick mic. It kind of just does the job every time. The D112 to me, but it has been on the kick for the last couple years, to be honest with you. Used to use the Audix D6. Now I use the Sennheiser E602. Yeah, 100%. I have another Sennheiser that I use on toms every once in a while, but not too often. 421s, I kind of just live on there now. Like when I set up the kit, when the new kit comes in, I'll put the 421s on there. They kind of just live there at this point. They sound good. They kind of work every time. What's up, Derek? Good to see you, man. What about 50? Yes, 57 is what I use for snare. It's my go-to every time. I've used other mics on snare before. I used some Lawtons for a while. I tried one out, and it actually was great. Yeah, they're the short body. There's a short body 421. I have those with the clip. It takes up a lot less space. But yeah, 57 on the snare every time. Every time. Pretty full. It's actually closed right now, or it's supposed to be. If it doesn't say it's closed, let me know. It's supposed to say it's closed. But yeah, we're closed up for today. I'll be live again tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be live another long one tomorrow. So we'll be ready to go. Yeah. I closed it up maybe like 30 minutes ago or something like that, 45 minutes ago. But anyways, Beta 57 on snare is the go. Yeah, I have a couple different 57s that I'll use either if I'm doing top or bottom, or I'll just use, I have a right angle 57 that I love. It's just great for space. I have a right angle. It's like a custom built that a buddy of mine made when I was in the studio in Dallas. But it's a right angle 57 and it works. It works. I don't really care if there's other better things. Like it works. It does the job, captures well, and I don't have to worry about it. Donna, I have not. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. Dim the lights in the building. Let's go. This is Sevi in the building. Let's dive into the music, man. Let's dive into the music. Time to get into it. I love the 57 is a go. I have a Vox AC15. I use it on the AC15. I've used it on so many other sources. Drums, obviously. I've used it on rooms. I've used it on vocals. This is probably my most, outside of maybe this one that I use a lot on a lot of different sources. 57 it just works. It works every time. But let's run it from the top, man. Let's get into some details here. I love your production, Sebi. I love your production. You're talented. You're a good musician. You understand chord structure. You understand your instruments. You're doing a great job of producing this. Similar to what I was saying to like Aiton's last record, there's a part of me that wishes the subharmonics weren't so heavy on the low end of this, because man, everything else about this production is so snappy and it's open. It's got great movement to it. Bass comes in a little heavy for my taste, and I wish it maybe wasn't nearly as like digital subharmonic. And it was a little bit more of maybe the distorted synth bass that you have in there, maybe paired with some other bass movements. It's a little bit weighty just for my taste, just because I wish I was getting a little bit more, I think more like clarity and support for the other elements. What's up, Teasy? Good to see you. Appreciate you tapping in on the purple app. So that's what I'm listening for. But for the vast majority of what you're doing here, Sebi, I don't even necessarily think you need to like pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars or more, obviously, for like a crazy professional mix. If that makes sense for you, and that is something that, is in your capacity in the future, awesome. But the main thing, I think you're pretty close to a pretty polished mix. I like the bass heavy, maybe a little too heavy. I mean, and you're on the line too, man. I get it. I get it, man. I like it heavy too. So let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details here. And we'll get into a couple little nuanced things here. I like what you do. So let me refocus on the music. We'll dive into it. One of the only other things that I want to bring up is vocal positioning, because that's the only other thing that I think a professional engineer would dive a little bit more into would be to reposition some of these vocal layers to get a broader, wider mix out of your vocals, so it doesn't feel too consolidated or like too many of your vocal layers are stepping on each other's toes. That's one of the few things in that pocket I would love to clean up just a little bit. Because you have this nice dun-dun-dun. I mean, I love the texture. It's a nice little chromatic walk right there. I love the distortion on it. Yes, I'm here, TikTok. Hold on. I gotta Detected inactivity. What do you mean? I've been active this whole time. What are we talking about? I haven't shut up for 3 hours. It's like, you're inactive. Look, how am I inactive? I'm nonstop talking. Anyways, that's a side note. I had to do my little puzzle on TikTok Live to make sure they know I'm still here. I love that little distortion right here. So for me, energy-wise, because what I like about that distorted bass, and what I love about like your vocal texture, what I love about a lot of the roads and the elements that you have in the background right there, is they have such like texture and character to it. And then the sub is very, very direct. And you might even just be distorting that and getting your saturation out of that. But what I would love to hear is like the distorted bass, maybe even a little bit more mid forward and a little bit more forward in the mix, and then bring the sub characteristics of that down by keep it there. I still want it there. I still want it heavy. I still want it punchy. I still want it to have a lot of body to it, but I don't want it to like take over the vibe of the mix. Cause then the vibe of the song is not all the textures that you've created. The vibe is just heavy, right? And there's certain songs where that is the goal, right? Where it's just like a hard style song or it's a crazy EDM record, and the goal is just massive sound, wall of sound heaviness. I know we like that feel in a song, but that, based on what I'm hearing here, I don't think that's necessarily your goal, to just have a heavy record. I want a cool beat. I want to swing. I want all of this texture. I want all of the characteristics of my vocal to come forward. I want a really balanced mix. If that's your goal, bias towards the texture and the characteristics of the song, like the distortion on the bass right there, and some of the modulation you have, your vocal layers, things like that, and maybe pull back 2 or 3 dB. Nothing too crazy, but 2 or 3 dB on the sub bass, and bias towards the elements that have more interesting characteristics to them. I think if you do that, the mix will just feel a little bit more lively. It won't just feel heavy, which I still want it to be weighty. It won't just feel heavy, but it'll actually feel like it has some, it has a little bit more character, a little bit more texture to it. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. TC, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Because I love that. I mean, the little movement in the background is great. I want more of that. More of that. That's a great sound. Dude, of course. And of course, this is all very subjective. So if you are just like, nah, dude, I want a freaking heavy sub bass, and no one can tell you otherwise, man. That's the beauty of art. I love that tone though. Drums sound great. Really love the dry drums.
My homies bringing up your name, it cost me major pain. Yeah. Although I'm not a fault for letting you get away. You ask me why I always gotta go against the grain. Cause I don't really mess with nothing that they contemplate.
Beautiful. I don't mind that the vocal's a little like dry too. Jordan, welcome in. I don't mind that it's a little drier. It doesn't have like a ton of extra processing and stuff like that. To me, I can appreciate a drier vocal, and you're letting your layers, you're letting these pops of energy in your production do a lot of the work.
Blow these candles out and I'ma show you what I'm about.
Okay, so the only thing that I want here, now you have some stereo imaging here. You do have some elements in here that open up a little bit more. I would love just a hair more. You will still get this kind of, this blob of sound kind of in the middle of the mix, where a lot of these different elements, one of the reasons why is you're doing harmonies, you're doing second tension notes in there. Like there's a lot of tension in those vocals right there, because they're not just like third notes, right? Some of them have tension. Some of them have some dissonance to them. And also there's small nuanced changes in how you start and stop some of those phrases. So it can make it feel a little bit noisier in the middle of the mix because of these little changes, where like maybe the S at the start of a word starts a couple different times between 8 different vocal layers. So it can sound a little bit busier there in the middle of the mix. That's where I think helping with your panning structure will help distinguish those vocals better. I'll give you one other tool you can use if you feel like you want to go in that direction, which can be helpful. It's not a rule every time, but it can be helpful. But I would love to hear some of these layers panned out a little bit more. Keep some of those doubles and those really dissonant harmonies maybe closer to the vocal like you have them, and then push some of these out 60, 70, 80% to the outside so they can compete a little bit better with the rest of the production. So it doesn't feel like they're all kind of sitting right next to each other. That's where it'll start to feel busy. Does the harmony sound off to you? I think it's an interesting question, and my answer is probably a little bit more nuanced. Yes, kind of, but not in a way that I find abrasive. So, what you're doing is there's a lot of tension. So you have, like, like seconds, right? Like these two notes right next to each other. There's a lot of tension to it. So you have a lot of seconds in your vocal structure that have either chromatic walks to them, or there's a lot of tension, a lot of dissonance to them that can make it sound off. In my opinion, it doesn't necessarily sound bad. It just sounds muddy. And the reason to me why it largely sounds muddy is not just because they're out of tune, because you're scooping some notes, dun, dun, dun. So you're not right on a note. You're kind of scooping into some of these harmonies. Part of why it sounds muddy to me is that they're all forward and they're all coming at you largely within like this, a similar 40% of your stereo field. Right. And since they're all coming at like within 40% of the stereo field and you're scooping into them and they're starting at different times and they're all mixed forward, they're all kind of loud. That's where it starts to sound off, maybe if that's what you're talking about, or just kind of muddy in the middle of the mix. I don't mind things not being tuned. I don't mind things like not being perfectly in line or off the grid or anything like that. Sometimes that's what the song calls for. Sometimes that's just the right choice to serve the song. There's no rules to that, right? I think if you're going to do that, though, you've got to be, wasn't my intention to be out of tune? Yeah, so if it's just note scooping or it's just tension between all of the notes, then we need to separate them, right? Just as an example, right? Like, let's say I've got this note right here, right? And also, hold on, let me see how I would want to do this. Right, let's say I have all of these notes right here. If I play all of these right here, right, because they're all within a really small range, and maybe if there was a couple pianos playing all of these different notes right next to each other, it'd be like, okay, that's pretty muddy. But if I come down here and I separate those notes, and let's see, so I want the, where's my note? Separating these notes out gives it more room to kind of breathe. Separating them out gives them better positioning and gives them better clarity, as opposed to having them all right here. If I just separate them out and move them out, it helps with that, right? Now, I'm mainly talking about less of the inversion, because you understand that part of it. Less of the inversion, it's the concept that I'm talking about, but for you, positioning. If you have all of these notes right next to each other, I mentioned it in pitch in regards to like the scaling. But for you, if you have all of these notes that are really close to each other and they're all right here in front of you, that's where it gets really muddy. But if I start to like push two of those octaves all the way to the outside 100%, another octave, another layer there of tension at like 80%, and I stack those and I line them up, then it feels a lot tighter and a lot more consistent. That's one of the things that I'll do. Okay, and then one of the last things I would say, and then I'll move into the outro of the song here really quick, because I think your production is awesome. I think your production's great. Positioning makes a huge difference in how muddy something feels, because if all of your song comes just right in the middle of the mix, it's all right here in the middle, it just will feel noisy, especially if there's timing changes. One tool that could potentially be beneficial for you, I'm not here to tell people to spend money on plugins and gears. That's not, everyone has their own capacity for what they do. One thing that could potentially be helpful in the future, and there might be cheaper plugins that do this now. I use a plugin occasionally, kind of depends on why, what the song is, but I use a plugin called Project 5 Vocal Line. I've used for years now to line up like R&B vocals and like pop vocal stacks and stuff like that. What it does is it literally takes your waveform and your transients and automates lining up those transients on other rendered layers. So you take your lead vocal, like here's what I want the vocal to do, and you print it to vocal line, and then you'll use your other layers as basis for everything else. Welcome in over on Twitch. Appreciate you tapping in. You use all of those other layers as like a secondary layer, and you line them up. So all of your other harmonies, all of your other stacks that are kind of starting and stopping at different points, it lines up those starts and stops, and even none of your tuning, none of the rest of it is adjusted at all, right? So this is not auto-tune, it's not Melodyne, it's nothing like that. It is specifically for timing of instrumentation or timing of vocals. And it'll just take those start and end points of all of your different waveforms, all of your different pockets in there, and we'll line them up so they're all perfectly in line, and you can loosen it up. You could have it super natural. You could have it barely off. You could have it really, really lined up and on the grid. It's great for stuff like what you're doing, where you're starting and stopping different lyrics and different phrasings. You're starting and stopping at different points, so it makes your vocals feel a little bit muddier because they're so close right there. Especially if you have 6, 8, 10, 40 layers of vocals, it can be difficult to line all of those up. So something like Project 5 vocal line can be really helpful for stuff like that. Camera is so good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for tapping in. Both. I say and/or, right? So like I am the first person to say fix it at the source. I'm the first person to say fix it at the source, reline it up yourself. If you aren't lined up with the vocal structure. Now, this is harder. The more loose your lead vocal structure is. So if your lead vocal is not like a modern pop record, we're gonna dun 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 dun. Like that's like if you're lined up on the grid with a pop record, then that's easy. If you're kind of off of that a little bit, if you're flowing away a little bit more from the grid and from your typical time signature, and you're moving outside of that a little bit more, it's going to be a lot harder for you to line those up. It's just going to be more challenging. Can you do it? 100% people do, and you should pursue that. But then occasionally, if you just need that little edge to line up one or two of those layers that are just acting up a little bit in the mix, then Project 5 can be great for that. The reason why I was like shy about even talking about Project 5 is like $200. It's like, or you can probably find it cheaper. You can probably find it, maybe another version or like another plugin that does a similar thing, but it's one plugin that costs as much as most people's DAWs. So it's great at what it does. It does a fantastic job. It's one of the best at doing it. But it's expensive. You could maybe, you might be able to wait for Black Friday, whatever. But anyways, core idea, whether or not, no matter what you go through to fix it, the core idea is better alignment of your vocal layers and better positioning of your vocal layers, and better support between your different bass layers. Those are the main things that I want you to focus on. How you fix that is completely up to you. Whatever plugins you use, whatever you realign, however you fix it at the source, obviously that process is up to you. The core idea is better alignment and better positioning. If you get that, your song is going to sound so much more vibrant. It's going to make your mix feel more even, more balanced. You're going to get better separation between your layers. It's not going to sound as muddy. It's going to sound cleaner. All of those different elements are going to come into play to kind of elevate this mix to a place where it feels a little bit more polished. All right, let me hit the outro really quick and we'll move on. But I love all the instrumentation in here, man. I love the brass. I love the wind. There's so much great texture in here, man. Really, so much great texture. Drums are awesome too. I love the drums. Come on, Rhodes. Come on, Rhodes. Killer. Yeah, Sebi, you're awesome. You're awesome. You're so talented, man. Seriously. I would not shy away. This is recorded on a handheld mic under a blanket. Maybe that's another reason for the mud. I mean, I don't even mind that. I mean, because I was hearing like some elements of the vocal are a little bit darker and stuff like that. To me, that won't be the pain point as much as positioning. No matter because here's the thing. Let's say I'm closed for today, Jesse. Tap in tomorrow, Jesse. I'll open up the lines again tomorrow. I'll probably start around 2 p.m.-ish. But I have still a big handful of songs left, and I gotta make sure that I'm off at a decent time. Yeah. Tap in tomorrow. 2 p.m. I'm Central Time. So 2 to 3 p.m., maybe something around that time. I'll be on live again, and then we'll open up the lines again. Anybody can come in. You can. I've had people send in albums before. You can do whatever would be helpful and valuable for you. It is open, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, Sebi, you're awesome. So for me, my priority would be clarity and positioning, just because even the darkness of the vocal and some of its positioning there, to me, doesn't matter as much as you being able to distinguish those layers by panning them out. That to me is going to have a bigger impact, because if you were to use Golden, thank you for the heart me, I appreciate it. And Raining, thank you for the claps as well. Sorry, I just saw that. Thank you so much for the gifts, I appreciate it. And who is Golden? Thank you for the follow. the positioning is going to matter more. Because if you just did the exact same layers in the exact same positioning with a large diaphragm condenser like this, then you would just have like really bright, airy, saturated vocals still create. You'll have more information, in fact, more information to create that mud, more information to hear the timing issues or sibilant issues between these, different layers and stuff like that. I like your voice. I like your voice a lot. You're asking Sebi. I like your voice a lot. The thing that I would focus on is clarity. Welcome in. Clarity of like intention for your layers is another place where I think you're going to feel like things are a little bit muddy. I think more intentionally, like when I sing this harmony, when I sing this melody and I do this ad lib and I do a vocal run in the background, why is it there? Is it additive to the song? Is it distracting from the lead vocal? Is it making me feel the emotion of the lyrics more, or is it pulling away from it? I would love to hear, because you do have a good voice. I don't mind your voice at all. I think you have an awesome voice and you're a good writer. But there's some parts where there's just a lot of different things happening at the same time. I think a little bit better intention, a little bit better, like more pointedness as far as I'm doing this vocal here in this space for this reason. Say positioning, panning. When I'm talking about positioning, I'm talking about panning, not mic positioning currently. But that's kind of what I'm looking at. That's kind of what I'm looking at is I think if you can be even more intentional on exactly where and why you do the vocal ad libs, the layers, the doubles that you do, and then of course where you position them in panning. To me, really solidifying that and making that as clean and as transparent as possible is going to elevate your music like crazy, because your productions are awesome and your drums are great. The bass, like even though I said like there's a little subjective changes to the basses you could potentially make, I mean, your production is really nice. Your instrumentation, your musicianship is fantastic. You're a great musician, and or working with some great musicians. So that's those little vocal layers and stuff like that to me are kind of like the next layer or next level that you can go to. Y'all show some love to Sebi. I'm going to lose my voice. Get some more water in a little bit. Jang, thank you for tapping in. We're closed for today, but I'm going to be live again tomorrow. So just make sure that y'all are following on TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube. And we'll get to as many of y'all songs tomorrow as well. But man, show some love to Sebi. Sebi, I think you're fantastic. Custody, welcome in. Pesci, appreciate you tapping in. Thank you for joining the stream over on Twitch. I see you. Thanks for joining. What kind of music do you do? As far as what we're doing here, these are consultations. These consultations, absolutely any genre, any level of quality, any style. We will listen to absolutely any variation of music. So as far as the music that I make, it's all over the place. So I work, for those of you who don't know, on any of the platforms that we're on, I do work full time as an audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. Done that for the last 14 plus years. Also a classically trained pianist. But because of that, since I play a lot of different instrumentation, I work in a lot of different spaces, the genres that I work in are extremely broad. It could be pop, R&B, hip hop. It could be a trap beat. It could be an opera artist that I'm doing like cinematic synth scoring to. It's going to be a little bit all over the place. But it's kind of, I've done my best being someone who's full-time in music to broaden my skill sets as much as possible, so that I'm always needed in some facet. That way, if a certain element of my business is a little bit slower, I can lean on other elements. If mixing and mastering clients are a little bit slower one month, I can book more sessions for like people that are wanting to hire me for like analog synths and stuff like that. But yeah, stylistically, it's a little bit all over the place. I can hear you know what you talk about. Thank you, I appreciate it. Is it possible to send a link of the song I'm working on, or what do you prefer? Yeah, so there is if you type !submit on Twitch, the link will pop up for you. The line is closed for today for these consultations that we're doing, but that is typically where you would submit. But yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. We'll be live again tomorrow, so just tap in then. If you want your songs heard, we'll open up both the consultation line and the free side and see how many songs we're able to get to tomorrow. Hayes, thank you for the follow, but let's keep it going. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Is it Ikra? Let me know if you're in the building. Ikra or Ikra? Let me know if you're here. Let me know if you're here. Shout out to Sebi. Sounds good. I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, that's pimped out. UK rap artist. This song I recorded in Brooklyn, April this year. Let's get into it. This is Motion. I believe it is unreleased as of now. I believe. Yeah, give me all the details. Is it Ikra or Ikra? I want to make sure that I say it correctly. But let's get it, man. Let's keep it rolling. Unreleased. It's loading audio. Ikra. Perfect. Thank you. Hayes, we're closed for today, but we'll open up it again tomorrow. We do have a free line. The free line is an up to 2-minute listen. We haven't got to any today, but the free line is an up to 2-minute listen. The consultations start at 10, but people usually pay more to go faster. It's obviously completely up to y'all if people want to do that. But the line is closed for today. We're going to be live again tomorrow. We're going to be live again tomorrow afternoon. But yeah, typically starts at 10. Hold on. Let me refresh really quick. It's not loading. There we go. There it is. Okay, talk to me really quick too. Recorded. Talk to me about the beat. Is this something that you produced? You worked with the producer? It's a BeatStars lease. It's an MP3 download. It's a YouTube download. Talk to me about the production and the mix and stuff like that. But I know you recorded in Brooklyn. Beautiful. So let's dive into it. But yeah, let me know the role that you play in your music.
Let's go viral, no stress.
I'm in the club, fuck all those feelings. She got that touch, I'm in my feelings.
Okay, cool.
I told her slow
One shot, let's go.
She let the motion. I told her slow down. She let the motion. Yo, she's up on her face, cause strong. So I step up and said, walk on. I'll walk in the spot and I'll ask where you're on. Cause the vibe feel calm. If you're liking a drip and the way that I talk, you can get what you want. I can grab you a drink, we can move in the club from the night till dawn. Miss, you can come my way with a body on fleek and a hair all nice. You can swing my way with a drink in my hand, yeah, I'm feeling burst, but I'm trying to stay on way, but I know you can't really tell, so I'll play it safe. Yeah, I'll play that safe. I'm in my club, fuck all those feelings. She got that touch, I'm in my feelings. I told her slow down, she likes the motion. I told her slow down, she likes the motion. I'm in the club.
There's the layers. I was waiting for those layers.
I'm in my feelings. I told her slow down. She likes the motion. I told her slow down. She likes the motion. I can't lie like the Truman Show, but I know this year I'ma blow. Me and bro, 2 girls on the way.
Oh, nice. I like it. Those are good. Marcy's in the building. What's up, Marcy?
Trying to make some dough. She want love like Mia Khalifa, but I know she won't make it though. Red notes in my wallet, 2 girls on her back. She loves how I move, I love how she act. Pretty face, slim waist, both hands on my lap. Switching the lanes, got the bass in the back. Yeah, I'm switching the lanes, got the bass in the back. Yeah, you know where
I'm good, man. Good to see you. Tammy, welcome in.
She got that touch, I'm in my feelings. I told her slow down, she likes the motion. I told her slow down, she likes the motion. I'm in the club, fuck all those feelings. She got that touch, I'm in my feelings. I told her slow down, she likes the motion. I told her slow down, she likes the motion. She's up on her face, got strong. So I step up and said, walk on. I'll walk in the spot and I'll ask where you're.
It's got a cool feel. I like the pacing. It's just like it's a feel good record. It's got a cool feel to it. Man, y'all show some love. Show some love to show some love. That is Pimped Out, who's right here in the chat. The artist's name though is Ikra. The song is called Motion. Let's run it from the top. I'm gonna try to go at a fast. I'm gonna try to move faster. I know I'm taking a long time. I want to get to as many of y'all as possible. Yeah, it's got a clubby feel. But I like it. That being. With the clubby feel, there's some parts where I wish percussion felt a little heavier. If we want to get, a little bit more weight, we want to get a little bit more energy behind, the kick and snare are a little bit thin, and your registered, like your octave of 808 is a little bit higher too. So there's some parts where I'm like, I wish there was a little bit more weight, maybe some saturation behind the drums would give it a little bit of, some harmonic content, give it a little bit more weight, a little bit more energy could be nice as well. Cause it is just very, and I don't mind actually the way that it sounds, but it is a little thinner. It is a little bit, it's a little bit sharper, a little bit thinner. So we're missing some of that, like that heaviness that I would like to hear out of a club record, or, a record where you want to get people moving, you want them to be dancing and stuff like that. So that's a little bit of what I'm looking at as well. And then I do want to talk about vocal processing a little bit here. Let me see. I'm gonna download this. Give me a second. I said I'm gonna go faster, and then I'm gonna throw it into Pro Tools, but whatever. It's what we're gonna do. I just want to show you a little bit what I'm talking about, because I would love some saturation overall. So I'm actually gonna drop it into Pro Tools really quick, and then I'm going to EQ it, and then we're also going to saturate it. So we're gonna do a couple things here. We are going to go. We're gonna saturate first. We're gonna do a Kramer tape. And we're going to do like a mastering saturation, mastering saturator, where we're going to get a little bit of harmonic content. We're going to push that input on the preamp a little bit. and boom, clean and open. And then we're going to also add, I'm going to add a pull tech just for the sake of hearing what it would sound like with a little bit more weight. And then we'll A and B it and just kind of see if that's, to me, what feels like is the necessary, feel, where we crunch up the drums a little bit, we break up this mix, we saturate it well, give it some good content, and then we'll add the pull tech to give it a little bit of weight on the EQ side. So let me see. Let me go down here. Boom. Dun, dun, dun. All right, there we go. All right, let's bring this down. Let's make sure all of these are muted. I don't want to make sure I'm playing anything else. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Shout out to Pimped Out. Shout out to iCrow. Appreciate you sending this in. So I'm going to push these preamps here in a second.
Let's go viral.
And we're going to get a little more weight out of this.
I'm in the club, fuck all those feelings. She got that touch.
So I'm going to go extreme.
I'm in my feelings.
That's the extreme. I don't want it that far, but we're going to dial back.
Yo, she's a bad one, her face cut strong. So I step up and said, walk on. I'll walk in the spot and I'll ask where you're on. Cause the vibe feel calm. If you're liking a drip and the way that I talk, you can get what you want.
There we go.
I can grab you a drink, we can move in the club. From the night till dawn. Miss, you can come my way.
It gives it a little bit of crunch.
And her hair real nice. You can swing my way. With a drink in my hand, yeah, I'm feeling burst. But I'm trying to stay on way, but I know you can't really tell. So I played it safe. Yeah, I played that safe. I'm in my club. Fuck all those feelings. She got that touch. I'm in my feelings. I told her slow down. She likes the motion. I told her slow down. She likes the motion. I'm in the club. Fuck all those feelings. She got that touch. I'm in my feelings. I told her slow down. She likes the motion.
Okay, so now
I can't lie like the Truman Show, but I know this year I'ma blow. Me and bro, two girls on a witch, friend tits with that painted toes. You know how that goes. Now I'm sat in the street making songs with
good automation on the vocal. Okay, let's back it up here a little bit. Let's back it up here. I'm gonna get out of Pro Tools for a second. What I'm listening for is right now, in my personal opinion, a lot of what I'm hearing is it's very sharp, it's very direct. Or we're getting a lot of that, not even necessarily harsh, the hats are a little bit, everything's very thin and bright and direct. And I would love to soften that just a little bit and not just have like heavy 808s down here and really bright and crispy up here, but we actually warm up the middle of the mix a little bit. That's where I feel like a little bit more of this like 400 to 800 hertz range, 400 to 800 hertz range would be nice. And a little bit of saturation to kind of just introduce some harmonics, fill out the mix a little bit more and make it so it's not so harsh at the top end and also not so clean and direct on the low end, but it actually has a little bit of crunch to it. Like the drums, especially on the drums, give it a little bit of crunch, a little bit of saturation. That's where I would give it just a bit of texture right there. Okay, and then real quick. Yeah, still needs finishing, 100%. And I think you're right there. But that's where I would lean in. A little bit. Where right now, some of this is like a little bit clean, a little bit direct. Having a little bit more color and a little bit more texture and character to some of these different elements, I think would help some of this come alive a little bit more. Okay, now really quick, I'm going to back it up. I'm going to go back to the original. Dude, of course. Let me go to your hook mainly. Actually, let's go to the second verse.
I told her slow down. She likes the motion.
Okay, well, maybe one of the last things that we say here too. So that's one of the things here. That's overall. That's like the drums processing themselves. The biggest things for me on the vocal side, it's obviously a very chill vocal performance. I'm not, that's a complete stylistic decision that anybody can make. Seamus, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. We're closed for today, but it's at my link in bio. We're closed for today, but we're going to be live again tomorrow afternoon on Central Time, so you can keep that in mind. Probably around 2 p.m. Central tomorrow, I will be live again. If anyone wants to submit your music, we'll get straight back into the consultations like we're doing now. On that lead vocal, the thing that I'm hearing on a lot of your verses, thank you for the follow, appreciate it, on your verses as well as certain parts of the hook, is your delay, I'm assuming, and then there's nothing wrong with this, these are just tools, right? But I'll explain. Your vocals in mono, and it sounds like you have a mono delay on your mono vocal channel. So what happens is when that vocal is coming in on these like pre-hooks and your verses and stuff like that, the delay of your vocal is hitting right in line with your vocal right here in the middle of the mix. So as you're saying next phrases and next lines and you're going through your raps, you're going through some of your melodic bits here, those delay tails are kind of hitting at the same time as you saying other elements of your, saying other parts of the song. And so it becomes muddy, it becomes noisy, it becomes really busy in the middle of the mix where I'm hearing your vocal as well as your delay, as well as your ad lib, as well as your layers, and all of that happening at the same time. It gets harder to kind of like just distinguish what's happening, and it can sound a little bit noisy in the middle of the mix. I would love to just have that delay in stereo on an aux if it's not already, either like a ping pong delay or a stereo delay that feels nice and wide. Put a chorus on it, put a doubler on it, or whatever, get it nice and wide. Have it on an aux and then send that vocal to the aux. So your lead vocal is clean, it's dry, it's punchy, and you just feed in that delay, but you have complete control over it. But right now, I'll play it again. That delay is happening right in line with that vocal, and that's where it starts to sound busy in the middle of the mix, as opposed to that delay feeling nice and wide and nice and punchy, and it's an accent of your vocal. It's not taking over the vocal. So let me play it here. It's like right in there. We never get like a break from that phrasing. Slow down, down is out of There's constantly like a new layer coming in as that vocal. Now, you can sidechain that. I mean, if you send it to a delay, you could sidechain the delay with a compressor from the vocal. That way, when the vocal cuts in, it ducks that delay a little bit, and then when the vocal cuts out, the delay comes back in and it tails going into your hook and stuff like that. There's a lot of things you can do. There's a lot of things you can do to tastefully duck the delay and stuff like that if you just want it to duck. But if you want it out of the way of the vocal and seeming nice and wide, that's where you might want a nice, wide doubled stereo delay or like a ping pong delay that hits each side back and forth. Rolls into each other a little bit, and it just makes it feel a little bit muddier, as opposed to like punchy, clean, saturated, driven lead vocal supported by some accents that fill space, reverbs, delays, choruses, stuff like that. That's one of the only other things. So let me get to the outro of the song here really quick, and then we'll get out of here. We'll move to the next song. I'm in my feelings. I told her slow down. Yeah, you hear it on the hook here a lot too. I'm in my feelings. I'm in my feeling. You hear it kind of, you hear it like you said, yeah, kind of rolling into each other, stepping on each other a little bit there. If that was closer to with your other the producer's accent vocals in here, I think that'll open up your mix quite a bit. But right now, a lot of it's happening in mono. It just makes the mix feel smaller, makes that vocal feel a little bit more isolated to the middle of the mix. You open that up a little bit, your vocal's gonna feel more vibrant. We get a little bit more of that warmth in the middle of the mix. We reintroduce some saturation and some mid and low mid frequencies on the overall mix and master. You'll be ready to go. You'll be ready to go. It's got a cool feel, really cool feel. Because right now, most of the drums are in mono, to be honest with you. Most of the drums, what's up, Jordan? Welcome in. Most of the drums are in mono. I'm going to listen to the outro right here really quick. Last thing I'll say, I promise. Most of the drums are in mono. There's some stereo information, but most of them are kind of here in the middle. Bass is right here in the middle. Vocal and its reverb and its delays are in mono. Rhodes is in mono. And then the only thing that like really wakes up the mix is the producer's vocals that come in stereo and opens it up, right? So then those vocals come in super, super wide, but most of the mix is kind of in mono right here. And then those vocals come in super, super wide. So they feel very separate. They feel kind of disconnected from each other, as opposed to like maybe your hats have a little bit of an auto pan on it, kick, bass, and 808 are right down the middle, but maybe the Rhodes is in stereo with a beautiful, like add a stereo chorus to that Rhodes and split it out to the outside. Get that Rhodes nice and wide, open up your vocal delays and reverbs, get those, stereo vocals nice and wide as well. Like if we can open up this mix in panning and just in stereo profile, it's going to sound so much more energetic. Because right now, I think part of why it feels smaller and more restrained is, yeah, some EQ curves maybe, but it's also just because a lot of things are happening right here in the middle, and there's not a lot coming at you from different directions until the hook happens and you get that other layers, the other layers of the vocal in there. But y'all show some love, man. Pimped Out, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for sending that in. That is Motion by Ikra, hopefully coming out soon, so y'all can go check it out, show it some love and support. If you got any places, any music, anywhere that people can find you, then please let people know where they can find you. That's pimped out right here in the track, right here in the chat. But Ikra, ICRA is the name of the artist, so please show him some love and support. Dude, absolutely, man. Absolutely, anytime. Love and appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending that in. Let's keep it rolling. Marvin in the building. Marvin, let me know. Let me know if Marvin Hetro is in the building. Or Hetro. Let me know if you're in the building. Beautiful. There's Marvin. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This is No Puedo Dormir. Let's get into it. New to producing, and especially new to producing with vocals. I've been going on for about 2 quick years now. Started on BandLab and converted to FL Studio about a year ago. Nice upgrade. Struggling with the engineering part. Excuse me, mixing and mastering. I want to become independent on that side of things. I feel that. That's how I got started. The way I got started before I went to like work in a studio and get trained in audio engineering was just because I didn't want anyone else to mix my stuff. And so I was like, well, I'm going to learn then. And then I went farther with it and made it a career. But my start was out of that same tension of like, I don't want anyone else to play guitar on my stuff. I want to play guitar on my stuff. So I learned guitar. I don't want anyone else to mix my stuff. I just want to learn how to do it. I don't want to have to spend $300 every time I want to make a song. I'll just do it. I get it, dude. I get it. And it's totally valid. Totally valid. I want to become independent on that side of things. It's only a hobby for now. Maybe when I improve, I'll be looking into something more. This is my best track yet, in my opinion, and first time doing vocals. It was a lot of fun to make. Hoping to do more like this. Let's get into it. So let's mainly talk about mix. And we'll get into it. But this is all you, right, Marvin? This is all you. Production, mix, vocals, everything. Let's dive in. I think it's only on SoundCloud. The track is Latin pop produced by my female vocalists or samples of Cut and Stretch. Beautiful. Love it. Love it. Love it. What's up, Corbin? Welcome in. Perfect. Thank you for the follow. Send it tomorrow, Corbin. We're closed right now, but send it tomorrow. I'll be live at like 2 p.m. Fire.
Solo pienso en ti cuando me miras así. Tú ni siquiera lo notas de cómo me haces sentir. Eres mi cobijo cuando llueve. Si tu voz el corazón me duele, no te quiero aquí. Cada palabra me lleva a ti. Solo despierto pensando en ti. Pero ahora ya son las 3 y en tu recuerdo vengo otra vez. Cada palabra me lleva a ti. Solo despierto pensando en ti. Pero ahora ya son las 3 y en tu recuerdo vengo otra vez.
So this is you? Nice. Good voice. Ryan, we're closed for today, but we're gonna be live again tomorrow afternoon. So tap in. Make sure that you're following. We'll open up the lines again tomorrow. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Let's get into it. Marvin Hetro in the building, or Hetro in the building. Thank you so much for tapping in. That is No Puedo Dormir. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. We'll open up the line. We'll get a fresh set of music in here. We're doing like 14 songs today, which is a lot for me because these are long consultations. We've already been on for 3 hours and 40 minutes, so I'm gonna lose my voice if I if I don't cap it at some point. But yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. But let's get into it, man. That is the family. Marvin right here in the chat. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. Let's mainly we'll talk about your vocal mix a little bit. Some small tasteful things there will help a lot. And then production structure, I want to very, very briefly go over dynamics just a little bit, just tastefully. No, we got a couple more, Kyle. I still have you on the list as well. It just depends on who's here. Depends on who here. I'm going to try to get through as many as I can, but I'm also like losing my voice, and my ears have been listening to a lot, and I want to take care of them too. We've been on for almost 4 hours. So those two things. So I'm going to try to move at a good pace, but let's talk about those two things. Let's go straight. I'm actually going to jump straight into your vocal mix. So let's go to where your vocal comes in. We'll play through a little bit and we'll go from there. The reason why is not because like your vocal's bad at all. You have a good voice and a good phrasing. Like I really like the way that you're building it out. You're doing a lot of great stuff there. And let me know what you're using to track your vocals as well. That'll be interesting as well. But the reason is because you're bringing in high quality samples as well. So those samples are more established. They're pre-compressed. They're already run through a full chain, and then you drop them in and they're largely processed. You just add your delays and reverbs and stuff like that. And then your vocal comes in and it feels very separate in quality. And that's where we want to try to reline those. Now, you're doing a good job of disguising some of that in processing, chorusing, doubles, reverbs and stuff like that. But I still want to get it as close to those other ones as you can, so it doesn't feel like we've jumped to a different process over here. But it feels really connected, feels really cohesive. So let's find your vocal here, and we get some very small things. One is just EQ curves. The other being sibilance. Those are the two things I want to focus on. There's always things we can improve, always things I can improve. But your EQ curve as well as sibilance in your vocals, those are the harsh S's and S's, T's, C's, K's, stuff like that. We can do a couple things to pretty easily mitigate those. Let's see. Yeah, you're good. Okay. Three things I want you to focus on. One, EQ curve. I'll try to run through these quickly. Also, quick reminder for y'all too. If you ever want to go back and reference these consultations or the breakdowns, they are all saved on YouTube. Every single one of these videos in long format are saved to the Track Talk live stream playlist on my YouTube channel, which you can find. We're live there right now, actually. But you can find it at the link in my bio if you're not on YouTube currently. And so if you ever need to go back and like remember what we talked about, or take some notes afterwards, or save a part of a video, screen record it, you can always do that from the VOD as well. This will be like episode 112, I think, episode 112 or something on there. So as soon as just go to the Track Talk live stream playlist. It'll be the top one if you're going from today's. Tomorrow we'll do another one, so it'll keep adding up. But yeah, you can always go back and reference it. Okay, three things. One, EQ curve. Your voice is a little bit thin. So what I want you to focus on is not thinning out your vocal too much. It sounds duh, but not high passing too high. If you high pass too high, you're going to cut out a lot of like the fundamentals of your vocal. You're going to cut out a lot of the body and the energy of the low end of your vocal, which is a huge part of what you're hearing in the mix and what makes it feel forward and energetic in the mix. If you cut a lot of that out, you're going to lose a lot of that energy. So what I would do for a vocal range of yours right here, I would probably high pass at like 90 hertz. Nothing higher than that. 90 hertz is as high as I would go. If you go too high, if you go to 120, 150, you're going to start feeling it thin out a little bit. You're going to lose some of that information and that weight. I would go about 90 hertz on your high pass or your low cut for your vocal. If your vocal is muddy and it's boomy, between 100 hertz and 300 hertz, I would have a bell curve right there at 100 to 300 hertz, kind of passes that range, and lower it until the mud leaves, and that's it. If you pull that 100 to 300 down too far, the vocal gets thin, it gets tinny. If it's boosted or if it's not cut at all, it's boomy and it's muddy. The sweet spot, I can kind of show you, right? Like on my vocal here, I'll do the same thing. That's exactly what I have on my vocal. If I come down here, now all of a sudden my vocal sounds tinny and thin. There's no weight to it, right? There's just no energy to the vocal anymore. If I take that same 200 and I bring it back up here and I boost it, now it sounds crazy and it's boomy and it's muddy, right? This is not exactly obviously the clarity that you want in your vocal. If I just come down at 200 hertz, I come down 2 dB. Let's go like maybe 2.5 dB or something like that. I still have good weight to my vocal. There's still some body right there, but it's not thin like hopefully, I mean, I'll have to reference, but it's not super thin, but it's also not like super big and billowy and boomy. That one, and I literally affected one frequency range, right? So I put a bell curve at 200 hertz and it's affecting 100 to 300. So it's a small bell curve right there. If I boost it, it's muddy. If I drop it down, it's thin. Find a sweet spot and your vocal will have some body to it without sounding like you're missing all of the characteristics there, right? So that's your EQ curve. Moving on to compression. You'll hear here, your vocal cuts in and out of the mix pretty dramatically. Right? It's got this big ebb and flow. That to me tells me that we either need a compressor to start if you don't have one on there, and or if you have one and it's grabbing it a little bit, we might need another compressor to help smooth out the vocal right there. I have, currently speaking on my vocal, 3 compressors. I have an analog tube compressor in my rack that is just barely grabbing the top of my vocal. If it gets super, super loud, that's just touching it. It's barely doing anything. In the Boxo or in Pro Tools, I have 2 more compressors. In this case, I have emulations of an 1176 and an LA2A. I have those back to back, one with a fast release, one with a slow release, to smooth out the vocal. The result of that is I can talk really quiet. I can almost like whisper vocal fry. Like I can really, I'm not going to change my proximity either. I can talk really, really quiet. And I can also talk really loud. And the vocal really does not change in amplitude too much. It's very, very controlled. Like I can like be pretty close to the microphone and talk really quiet. And I can also talk and sing really loud and be crazy and obnoxious. And the difference without changing proximity is it just holds my vocal right here pretty transparently. I'm not like hearing it crush the vocal. I'm not hearing it like smash the vocal with compression. It's just telling it to sit down where it needs to and bringing in lower information where I need it to as well. So the quieter parts of my vocal sound clearer and crisper. And when I'm really, really loud, it just smooths it all out and lets it cut through. And it allows your vocal and your performance to feel really forward in the mix. It feels really strong. It feels really powerful. And that's what I'm looking for with your vocal. Again, in my case, I have 3, 1 outboard and then 2 inside. But you don't have to do all that. You could keep it completely, you could just have 2 compressors in whatever DAW you're using and keep it really, really smooth. But that's what I would look for. Is the result of that is you can change proximity a little bit. I can kind of move in and out of the, I can move around the mic a little bit. I can move forward, I can move back a little bit, and I can go loud and I can go quiet. And it kind of keeps my vocal in this little range right here in the middle without losing, too much clarity. Having another stage of compression is going to be really important as well. How you do that depends on your taste a little bit as well. How much reduction you get depends on your taste a little bit. Maybe aim for, let's say, 3 to 5 dB of reduction per compressor. Sometimes when I'm really loud, I'm pushing 7 dB of reduction, and you can get some energy out of that, and it can sound really good. But maybe aim for about 3 to 5 dB of reduction per compressor that you add, and then just make up the difference so it gets loud again. That's that. The other thing is sibilant control. You're de-essing. You have a lot of those harsh S's and T's on your vocal. So that's your sibilants, right? S's, T's, C's, K's. They slice through the mix and they're really, really harsh. Now, there's things that you can do in your tracking to help mitigate that. Your proximity is going to help with that. Having a pop filter will help with that. The angle of your microphone. You can see my microphone's pretty angled. I have it 15 degrees this way. My microphone is always angled this way. No matter if it's upside down because this is a tube microphone or if it's a standard solid state or FET microphone. Then I always have it at a slight angle. The goal is, I couldn't get it to work. Well, I got you. So I want you to do a couple different things. If you don't have a pop filter, make sure that you use one. You need diffusion of those frequencies first and then de-essing, potentially at multiple stages. Sometimes you can add multiple de-essers. Again, I have a de-esser outside of the box with my compressor. It's a channel strip. So I have light de-essing happening before I even get to Pro Tools. That's in my case. That might not be everyone's case. But I have a little bit of de-essing happening there. And then I have another de-esser, just the Waves de-esser, classic Waves de-esser in Pro Tools that I have to catch a little bit more. But what I'm doing is I'm diffusing. Now, I don't have a pop filter on my vocal now because it blocks me in the stream and I don't like that. But I would typically have, good proximity from the microphone, maybe, 8 to 10 inches away from the microphone, a pop filter to help diffuse some of that. Cloth is better for sibilants. The metals can be good. The Stedmans, the metal ones can be good to have one, but typically for de-essing, or typically if your S's are really harsh because your microphone's maybe a little bit brittle or a little bit harsh, a cloth one typically is better. A fabric one is typically better. And then angle your microphone down just a little bit. The less like direct wind information or wind that you get on the diaphragm of the microphone, the more diffusion you have of that, the better your plosives and your sibilants, the consonants that are carrying wind, right? The S's, T's, P's, B's, right? These really heavy consonants that have a lot of energy behind them. They have wind behind them. The more that you can diffuse that, the better. The angle is going to help with that. So you're not getting a direct signal, right? It's going to be a little bit better diffused. It's not going to be as direct. Once you get in the box, when I DS really depends on the vocal that I get. It depends on what I'm mixing. It depends on what's happening. But one thing that could be helpful for you, it's not a rule, but it could be helpful for you, is after your highest push of EQ, add a tasteful de-esser right after that. Just right after. It kind of depends on what you're doing. But if you're going to have a really bright vocal and you have a big EQ on there, maybe you do a de-esser early in your chain to help catch some things because it's a bright, harsh microphone or whatever it is, or it's cheap, whatever. Maybe have one early and try to catch it. But then potentially, if you're then going to crank 10K on your vocal, 7 dB to get a really bright vocal, and that's how you want it to sit over the top, then I would potentially add a de-esser right after that to then help control that like 5K range where some of that harshness is coming from your vocal. Keep in mind as well that a de-esser is just a small band compressor. That's all it is. It is a compressor that is suppressing frequency in a very tight band. It's a tight band compressor. So it's going to take 4,400 hertz in a tight Q or 5,500 hertz in a tight Q and suppress it and compress it. That's why there's a threshold to your de-esser. So all you need to do, this is what I typically recommend that people do, is just find a part of the song where you say a bunch of S's, right? Just find a little pocket of the song where you say a bunch of S's and put it on a loop. It's going to be annoying as hell, but it's going to work. Put it on a loop to where you're hearing those S's like crazy. And then lower your threshold on your de-esser a big amount, a good amount to where when it hits the frequency you need, it's going to really catch it. So lower the threshold until it's really, really working, and then fine tune the frequency, right? For some vocals, it's like 4,700 hertz. For me, it's usually about 5,000 hertz, 5,500 hertz. For other people, it's like 7,500 hertz. It depends on the vocal. It depends on how it's expressed. Lower the threshold a lot, or just say S a bunch of times, and you could do the same thing. Find it, put it on a loop, and then adjust the frequency until you hear it catch, right? Adjust the frequency until you hear the S's catch, and then raise the threshold again to a place that's tasteful. If your de-esser's too low, it's gonna give you a lisp. It's gonna cut out all the S's. It's gonna give you a lisp. If it's too high and it's not catching anything, then it's not going to catch, and you're still going to get that harshness. So that's where I would just fine tune the frequency. You got to catch that frequency so you know where it needs to catch, and then control from there. If you do that, you will find not only the frequency where those S's and T's and stuff like that are the most prominent and control it with the de-esser, but then you can also just use that threshold to kind of find where the sweet spot is between natural phrasing of your vocal and not giving yourself a lisp. Those are the things that I'll focus on. If you fix those things, dude, you're gonna be in a great spot. So y'all, please show some love to Marvin. Sometimes you need multiple de-essers. Sometimes, it kind of depends. Like I said, I have one that's doing a little bit of work on my, in my analog chain, and then I have another de-esser in Pro Tools. Sometimes you need multiple things. Sometimes you need multiple compressors. Sometimes you need multiple de-essers. And sometimes you barely need any at all because it's what the song calls for. I think if you're able to fine tune those production details right there, you're going to be great because most of your production is really dynamic and it's really interesting to listen to. I just want to make sure your vocal quality matches up with everything else that you're doing. It'll sound so much more sharp. But y'all show some up to Marvin. Marvin, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for sending this in too. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much for sending this in. Okay. Realistically, y'all, I got time for maybe 2 more songs. I've been live for 4 hours and I'm going to lose my voice. Dude, of course, Marvin, anytime. I appreciate you a lot for sending that in. I got time for 2 more, so whoever are the top 2 that are here, I'll listen to. The rest will probably be saved. I can easily pull them back up like we did for a couple artists yesterday and got them boosted a little bit as well today. If I do save your submission, I will always add to your submission so that you can go ahead the next time as well. I always want to make sure that I do that as well. Let me know if Sammy's in the building. Sammy, let me know if you're in here. Real quick. I don't think so. Because I'm going to lose my voice and I need to get some water here in a second as well. Some people have been waiting for 4 hours though, Kyle. I gotta see. Music Journey, let me know if you're in here. Music Journey, let me know if you're in here. real quick. I just got to see who's present for the end here, and then we'll open it up. We'll open it up again tomorrow, of course. You've been waiting the least. You're actually you're the bottom of the list there, Kyle, which we might still get to, but you've been waiting the least amount of time than anyone. I can actually see. Let me see where it says on here. Yeah, about an hour. Let me see. Okay, Timmy, let me know if you're in here. Timmy, let me know if you're in here. Real quick. And then once I see who I got, we'll close up. We'll close up. I know I got Kyle, so we'll definitely run Kyle. Okay. Let me see what I've got here. Okay, Kyle, we're gonna run it. Kyle, you're gonna close this out. This is More Than I Deserve. Kyle, give me all the details. Let's run it. Let's run it. Let's run it. I won't even get water. We'll close it up here. You just saved yourself like an hour and a half.
Still remember the old front porch.
Sounds good.
The summer air, your hand in mine. We were young.
Where are you at in the process as far as like mixing and stuff?
Was something we could leave behind. The years roll by like river water. Some fast, some slow, some harder to bear. But every road that life has taken found your footsteps waiting there. More than I deserve.
Sounds good.
More than I dreamed when your answers in the sky. More than I deserve. You got me dreaming about you all day and all night. There's a picture on the mantle, faded it just worn with time.
Really like this production.
Two young hearts standing side by side, never knowing what we'd find. Now the years have filled the spaces between the dreams we used to chase. Every memory I've treasured still carries your sweet face. More than I deserve. More than I dreamed when your answers in the sky. More than I deserve. You got me dreaming about you all day and all night.
Cool film.
And I held turn to silver snow. Just to feel the hand I've always known.
Oh, I like the guitar. Nice. Cool feel. Really like the swing on the belt of the ride.
More than I deserve. More than I dreamed when your answers in the sky. More than I deserve.
I love that. Now the drums are cool.
You got me dreaming
It's a
about
really nice
you all
arpeggio on the right
day
side up there too, the high
and all
octave.
night.
That's great. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Y'all show some love to Kyle Grace in the building. Let's run it from the top. Let's get straight into it. Right off the bat, one of the first things that we need to address is compression on the vocal. There's a lot of pumping happening, so you can hear that compression being triggered either by the vocal or other elements maybe even happening on the master as well, where that compression is getting triggered. It's causing pretty dramatic changes in level on the vocal. There's also, I think, between different layers of the vocal and the lead, and that lead versus the next verse, like hook versus the verse, are really dramatic differences in amplitude and volume. So I want to even those out a little bit more, because the more than I deserve, that little part right there is quite substantially louder than going into the next verse, and we'll hear those discrepancies there. If you can rebalance the vocals a little bit better and take care of the pumping and the compression, which we can talk through, that to me will wake this up a little bit too and make it feel a little bit more even, because I really like your production. I think the guitar lines are really nice. The drums sound nice as well. Like I like the kind of raw, grungy energy behind those as well. I think those are done really well. Main thing for me is making sure these vocals fit into that equation in a way that makes sense. Really quick, I'm trying to bullet point as many up front so I don't lose anything. The other is positioning of the vocals. Lead vocal obviously is right down the middle. Nothing wrong with that. It's where it needs to be. All of these background vocals doing the da 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 deserve, those little layers right here that stack and harmonize on the hook, those need to start to be positioned outside right now. They're all coming at you from the middle. And because they're all coming at you from the middle, it just has this big buildup of mid frequency right there. And then your lead vocal tries to sing over them also with that, middle channel in mono with that mid frequency buildup as well. So it starts to sound a little bit harsh. It starts to sound a little bit muddy. I would love for those to feel just as wide and energetic as the rest of the mix. So those harmonies, I would start to pan them, 80% out this way, 100% if you want to, 60% here, add some layers, get those on the outside of the mix. That will get them out of the way of the lead vocal. Lead vocal will hold its own in the middle of the mix and then kind of be supported by those other layers. Now, of course, if you want to, and you might, very well, can or should, you can still keep a double next to the vocal or a double that's kind of right there with the vocal. But a lot of those harmonies I would stack on the outside because they kind of live in their own space, or at least should. Let's run it from the top. Let's chop through a couple things, but I think that kind of bullet points, the main things I wanted you to focus on is those vocals being inconsistent and how loud they are, which is going to be really important to how even this mix feels, as well as making sure that your vocal positioning is really, really solid. So let's run it from the top. I really like these guitars though. It's really, really nice.
I still remember the old front porch, the summer air, your hand in mine. We were young enough to think forever was something we could leave behind. The years roll by like river water, some fast, some
So even right here, you hear kind of the pumping right there. That's due to that compression or layers of compression right there. I'm going to back it up here just a little bit. So be really, really in tune with your attack and releases and how much reduction you're getting on that lead vocal. Okay, I'm going to back it up here just a little bit.
the years roll by.
Yeah. So you get this big, like the first little transient like comes in, and then that vocal gets like really, really suppressed and pulled back, and then kind of randomly gets really loud again. That's the pumping that we're talking. It's called pumping. That's the pumping that we're talking about. That's the compression activation that we're hearing that is like restraining that vocal a little bit. So the thing I want you to look at is your threshold and the level of reduction that you're getting. If it's more than like 6 or 7 dB, I would probably loosen it. I'd probably raise that threshold until like the max level of reduction you're getting is like a little bit more of a transparent level of like 6 or 7 dB. Like I mentioned with the last song, I have a couple compressors on my vocal. The max each of them are getting is probably 7 if I'm pushing like crazy and I'm doing like a really crazy loud vocal, or it's, most often about 4 or 5 dB of reduction. So on that compressor right there, just watch when you're hitting some of these heavier notes where there's more energy behind them, or you get closer in proximity, whatever it may be, double check what your reduction is. So you're actually looking at like the numbers and listening too, just listening for how it sounds, but also just actually reading how much gain reduction or GR or whatever it looks like on your compressor that you're using. How much gain reduction am I getting from that compression? That's how much signal reduction is happening. That's how much actual compression is happening. If it's higher, like I said, then like maybe 5 or 6, maybe loosen it. If you have multiple compressors doing that, then you might want to loosen it again. And just make sure that if you have multiple compressors, your first compressor releases faster, your second compressor releases a little bit slower. Okay, let's keep it going here. But you can hear those changes in energy right there, and that's because of those compressors. Maybe because of proximity changes, but largely it's going to be because of your compression chain.
Like river water, some fast, some slow, some harder to bear. But every road that life has taken.
Yeah, because I can hear that, and you get some of that boominess in there too. I'm hearing that suppression and some of that boominess. That's where like I would love more mids back in the vocal. So like the vocal's very bright and kind of boomy. I know, dude, it takes so much of this process is not even that I was never in any way at all some like prodigy young engineer or anything like that. I sucked. I used to be terrible, man. Like when I first started engineering, so much of my improvement and my ability to execute mixes and like balancings and hear them was just hearing things for a long time. And that's how I can be like, yeah, this 100 hertz, this 1200 hertz, this signal over here, this little thing happening over here. The reason why is just because I've listened a lot. I've used my ears a lot. That ear training is more important than pretty much anything that you can do. You got to execute a lot. You got to execute long over years to just be able to hear the own nuances of your own music. And so what we're getting is two things happening. One, far low end, a little bit boomy. So just check that, 200 hertz and below. Far high end, it's nice and bright and crispy. I don't mind that, but it is just in contrast to the low end, maybe is a little bit over bright. And that's up to you taste wise. In the middle of the mix, it's a little carved out. It feels a little hollowed out in the middle of the mix. So 400 to 800 hertz, where a lot of that kind of low mid energy is, a lot of the warmth, if you will, of your vocal is, if you've carved, it sounds like maybe you've carved some of that out. If you have, maybe reintroduce it just a little bit so your vocal feels like it's got some freshness to it again. And then on the compression side, look at the gain reduction. If your gain reduction is pumping like crazy, then soften it. Raise your threshold until you're getting a max of, let's say, 5 or 6 dB. You can go farther. That's if you know what you're doing, you can push it farther, knowing you're going to get a particular result. If you still are trying to figure out what the language is and like kind of what makes sense on the compressor, then stick with about 5 dB of reduction. And then if you need more, add another one or something like that. But that way you mitigate, having a crazy amount of gain reduction. Okay. Spreading and layering, we're already talking about. Vocal positioning, we talked about. Let's get farther.
Now the years have filled the spaces between the
So all of these, start panning them out. 100%, 90%, 80%, 70%. Get all these layers, get them outside, get them layered, get them nice and wide. Start panning them, the doubles that you have in there, pan them left, pan them right, anywhere from like 70 to 100% to the outside. Get them out of the way of the lead vocal. It's going to sound louder and wider when you do that. So you might need to bring them down. Anytime you push wide, it's going to sound more exaggerated. So, and more isolated. So you're going to have to kind of resuppress a little bit. And leave that middle lane for the vocal and maybe a couple doubles.
more than I dreamed when your answers in
Okay,
the
listen
sky.
to how loud that vocal sounds. And actually don't mind how loud that vocal sounds, but it is loud compared to when we're about to go into the second verse.
More than I deserve. You got me dreaming about you all day and all night.
Especially here.
About you all day and all night.
It's nice and loud, especially the night.
And I held into silver snow.
Still fairly forward.
Just to feel a hand of
Let me see. Lindy, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Wait, I'm waiting for the second verse. Hold on. Let me back it up.
now the years are standing all
Okay,
night.
here. This is what I'm listening for. Listen to how loud these are.
I've been dreaming about you all day and all night. There's a picture on the
Way back there. Way back there. So you can hear the distance and amplitude between those layers right there, maybe just because of the track that they exist on. Maybe the track that that particular vocal exists on is quite a bit quieter than a lot of the other layers that you have there. But that, to me, it's coming in as a lead vocal. It's coming in as a top line. So I would make sure that that holds as much weight as this vocal that comes in on the hook. It should be clear, it should be transparent, it should be forward in the mix. Right now, it's very, very, very far back in the mix. And so that's where you're getting this distance. Part of it is because we need to readjust compression. Kalindi, we're doing a consultation. We're doing a consultation for artists and producers and musicians. They're about 20 to 30 minute breakdowns per song. Diving into mixing, production, sound design, lyric, and song formatting. We're at the end here, though, because my ears are starting to ring. I've been on for 4 hours, so I'm going to have to save a couple songs, but my ears are starting to ring. I need water, and I need to eat. It's been over 4 hours that I've been on live, so I'll probably save a couple songs for tomorrow and give you all a boost for anybody that I save. So anybody that's left on the list, I'm going to actually add to your credit the next time you go live or the next time that you come in. That way I can give you a little bit of a boost as well for anyone that's not heard. Just because I gotta take care of my ears, and I'm starting to feel the fatigue. But you can hear the distance between. So the first thing I want you to do, thank you so much, Kyle. I appreciate it. The first thing I want you to do is control. Again, let me use my whole for your pages octopus's garden. I'm not sure what that is. Sounds intriguing. The first thing I want you to do is the compression, because the compression is going to re-even out your vocal. So readjust your stages, readjust the balance between those vocals, and then if there's still a huge discrepancy and a huge distance and amplitude between a couple of those, then rebalance them to where the loudness is better perceived. Pan those background vocals so that those are in a position where you enjoy where they are and you feel like they're in a good spot and you feel like they are sounding as wide as you want them to have. And then just make sure that levels are matched. Make sure that levels feel consistent, so a verse isn't super quiet versus a hook or vice versa. You can get it really, really even. But y'all, please show some love, man. Please show some love. I'm intrigued by the production. I like the way that it sounds. It's interesting. It's dynamic. The guitar and the drums sound awesome. The bass to me is pretty clean. It's pretty open, not too boomy or anything like that. This is largely going to come down to, I think, like vocal positioning and vocal processing. But you're doing a great job, Kyle. Man, show some love. That's the family right there. Love and appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for sending that in today. Like I mentioned, y'all, that's gonna have to be our last one for today. I gotta rest my ears. We've done a ton today, so I'm gonna save a couple of these songs. If you are able to try to come in, I will be live Wednesday and Thursday, I believe. I'm not positive about Friday. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll get on for a couple hours to just do some catch up. But I will definitely be live tomorrow, and I'm pretty positive that I'll be live on Thursday as well. Thursday as well. Of course, man. I appreciate you, Kyle. So for anybody that I saved, I got a couple people in here. Yeah, I got you. And actually, Timmy, I always, like I mentioned before, if I have to hold your song because I got to get off or there's been too many submissions or whatever it may be, if I have to hold your song, I'm always going to boost it for you. So you sent in 10, I'm going to add 5 to that, to where when you come in tomorrow, what you'll do is I'll have you submit in the free line tomorrow, and then I'll add the 15 to yours. So that way you don't have to resubmit any money. I don't want you to have to do that unless you end up wanting to boost later on to go faster. I don't know. I never know what the algorithm's going to do. But what I'll do is I'll have you submit free, and then I'll add all of the credit to it. That way you get boosted towards the top of the line. But yeah, anytime that I have to save y'all just to hopefully help you out a little bit, give you a little bit of support, I'll always make sure that I boost y'all a bit. So the next time you come in, you got a little bit of an edge. But I love and appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. Man, the music has been incredible. Man, y'all's generosity, the gifts, the follows, y'all have been amazing. So thank y'all so much for tapping in. Hopefully I will see y'all very, very soon. Like I said, I'll be live tomorrow, early afternoon. So make sure that you're following or subscribed on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok. And hopefully we'll see y'all very, very soon. Peace.